Well, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be around this floating ball in space. Aha. I hear myself where I don't want to hear myself. There it is. Yeah, we are streaming on using a new or a different, not necessarily new, platform tonight. It has all kinds of interesting, fun things that could make it a little bit more interesting for those of you that are consuming this stuff because we all know that the only reason you're here is because you've got nothing better to do. And apparently we don't either, except we are the geezers and we geek because we have the geezer geek toys and all those things, and we have way too much fun pushing knobs, turning dials, and playing with the faders. So tonight, we're going to have the usual esteemed members, the members of the League of Extraordinary Geezers. And we're going to continue our theme of basically the what. There seems to be what going on everywhere. And we did the what's up with that. And then we did the wait what. Tonight, we're doing what on earth is that? And there's all kinds of interesting things going on. But we are obviously going to cover the latest seismic events that kicked off Thursday night that is causing a whole bunch of mental fornication, mental meltdowns, mental gymnastics. And it's quite fascinating to watch and to see what is going on out there. What on earth is that we're watching? Where did this stuff come from? Who are these people? And one of the most important questions that came out of these most recent events, in my mind, is who's running this country? Uh, it clearly wasn't what we saw the other night, and it doesn't take any modicum of common sense to see that I think something's going on here, and I'm not sure what it is. So there's a whole bunch of consternation going on about that, and we will cover that. But first, let me bring in the members of the Geezer Geeks, the esteemed geezers from the League of Extraordinary Geezers. Um, my co host, Master G.
How's it going?
What you doing there, Big G?
Just hanging out like geezers do.
It's funny when you geese, you kind of you don't know where you're going to be doing it at, and if you got no place to go, like what we're doing here, then you might as well come and geese in front of the world, right?
That's
Geese
right.
yourself and show your geese.
Once in a
And I'm
while, you get off the front porch.
or get off my lawn, which we're going to have to actually after we get everybody on here, where I think we're going to have to fire that up just to set the tone because there is something, as I said, when the things that happened over the last few days, what on earth was that? And there's a traditional geese that's starting to ooze.
Yeah,
And our brother Clay dropped some claymation,
that's right.
and it's get off my lawn kind of thing, get off my porch, yell at the clouds, tell the kids to get the hell out of the way, all that stuff that we heard when we were younger. But here we are, we're doing the same damn thing.
Isn't that amazing? You talk about your parents when you're younger, thinking, well, I'm never going to be like that. And then here we are, just like it.
Right? It's the kind of stuff that geezers just it's not something that you learn or something you study or practice. It just happens. all of a sudden you find yourself in the geese land and you're going, this is not where I thought I would be. And I don't know how I got it. It just kind of showed up.
I was just getting ready to say that. I don't know when I transitioned, but it was kind of a smooth transition. I don't know if it's over time or just automatically one day you wake up and like, get off my yard.
Right. It's like, no, you are not where you're supposed to be because you're in my space. And speaking of space, the senior member of the Geezer Geeks, the space out from spaced in, Mr. Goodall, is joining us tonight.
How's it going?
Hi, Jim.
Oh my God, look at that.
I'm as handsome as ever.
I think there's something happened there. My screen either went out of focus or it cracked. I'm not sure which one.
It probably crashed. So it's good to be here. It's been a stressful couple days and historically an incredible couple days, starting with Thursday night.
I think it felt kind of, and we'll get into, I've got some videos and some images just to reflect on, because that everything that we're seeing that is antithetical to the Neurodyne is now a cheap fake.
Yeah.
Right. And you have to use your own discernment, discretion, and discrimination. That terrible, nasty word like offend, and you can't judge. And it's like, well, that's how humans work. You can't shut that off. You can manage it and mitigate it, and it should be understood as some of the key skills that people learn, in my opinion, growing up. Because if you haven't got that shit finely tuned and are constantly recalibrating it, you could get stuck in a silo of your own babbling group think bubble, and you could just be swimming in there around and not even know you're in a jar of swimming bullshit. So I think that, the whole looking at information in its raw form, the nut of the nugget, as you gentlemen have heard me yabber on about far too much, but you get to that nut of that nugget, and sans all the other wrappings and bullshit that people put around it. And that's when you start finding out what the hell is going on. Because you've got to start at the nut, and then you can look at it as you expand and see the pattern recognition, the other nuts that it connects with.
Yeah.
Like the three of us.
Yeah. You ever feel like the Planters peanut guy?
You mean, well, the one in the jar, right, with the top hat?
Yeah.
Well, no, I've actually felt more like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Do we have another body buried in the basement?
At your place?
No, your place.
Claymation.
Oh, yeah. And thank you. I was just about to bring him on. And the most recent, creative, awesome, really sweet, great guy, Mr. Claymation, is joining us. Because Claymation makes serious stuff.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Clay.
How's it going?
Are you in there?
How y'all doing?
Let's see. He's backstage.
I'm here.
No, I can see him.
I seen him.
Why aren't I seeing him? There he is. Okay, now I got him.
I know these technical things are a little bit over your head sometimes.
Well, that's why we play with them, to make sure that we get them under our feet. Clay, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good, feeling good. Happy Saturday to all you guys. And happy Saturday and happy weekend to everybody in the chat. Looks like it's hopping over there.
Oh, that's right. We do have chat people, don't we?
Yeah.
I forgot all about them. Sorry,
I've
guys.
been saying hi to him.
Oh, there they be. I'm gonna pop out that chat. Um. So I mean, Clay, are you seeing what we were talking about?
Are you talking about on Thursday?
Well, yeah, just the general abject. What on earth was
Oh,
that?
Definitely.
And
No, it's definitely it was. Yeah, what on earth is that?
right, and
Yeah.
that too. I mean, it's really it was one of the most. And I remember
You
when
know what it
Kennedy was.
reminded me of?
Yeah.
And this is my honest opinion. It reminded me of being in the 4th grade again and the 2 4th grade presidents fighting to see who's going to become the president. That's what it reminded me of.
I mean, I've never been a fan of Biden, and even less so over the last almost 4 years, 3.5 years. But watching him on Thursday night, even though I find the man disgusting, and a few other things that I'll keep to myself.
Well, don't
I was in-
hold
I-
back, Jim. You're right up there where he is. You're just a couple of years younger. You should be able to call him out simply because how close you are. Call him out. What do you think?
He's a
Yeah.
demented traitor to America. And he has someone's hand shoved all the way up his ass, and that's who's operating his mouth. And that
Oh.
person's call sign is Skid Mark. Yeah, he was born in Kenya. He has a fake Hawaiian birth certificate to a hospital that wasn't even built when
Whoa.
he was born.
What do you? Holy shit!
But
Tell us how you really feel.
I
What
know
happened?
Jim's dropping it hard.
we just lost Robert and Clay. No, Clay's here.
He
Where's
might
that
have
son
hit
of
the
a-
wrong
He's
button.
coming back.
Yeah, they're these buttons. I did notice these. Well, it's a new with being. I'm not used to this studio, so the buttons are really close down there. I almost left the studio myself.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. All of a sudden, a box came up and said no internet connection, and I'm thinking, damn it, Goodall, you're getting me canceled and censored and shit just by speaking your mind. And continue, please.
Yeah, I've never in my 79 years on this planet, since I was old enough to vote, I have never missed an election, and I've always tried to watch the presidential debates, one if nothing more than for humor. Thursday night, it was Biden was the best word I can describe him with. He was pathetic. He was brain dead. He has, I mean, I don't even know where to put all that I have running through my head. But I'm embarrassed for the country. I'm embarrassed for our military. I'm embarrassed to the people who love this country and is watching it being destroyed. I live in Arizona, so I'm as affected with the open borders as any state. They've the cabal, better known as the Democrat Party and deep state. They have infiltrated and brought in criminals and undesirables from all over the world into every major city that we have. Fortunately, I don't live in a major city. I mean, Tucson is a town; it's not a city. But I feel sorry for the innocent ones and all the deep state run cities and states. They're not going to know what to do. I mean, the last place you want to screw with anybody is in the South and in the Midwest, because what is it, on any given November weekend close to Christmas, just in the state of Wisconsin, there's 600,000 people out there in sub-zero weather, sitting up in a tree for 10 hours waiting to shoot something. And that's who they're screwing with. That's who they're screwing with. And they've been trying since the Obama administration, better known as skid marks administration, just so you knew who I was referring to earlier. They've been trying to kill the Second Amendment. And we can't let that happen. And the only thing that's keeping them from having jackboots on our throat is the fact that we're armed. And some of us, not necessarily me, I mean, every room I'm in, I'm within arm's reach of something to stop an intruder. One of them is point and click, and you go, and
I think they call that an automatic hole punch device. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Human ventilation system.
Yeah, with multiple vents.
Right.
Multiple vents. I mean, plus I have my four-legged alarm clock and security system. She's 70 pounds and she's a little sweetie. I mean, she just wants you to come over and rub her tummy, but she has a hell of a bark. And every once in a while, when she's not aware of the fact that the garage door is open and I come in and close the garage door and I'm coming into the house. All of a sudden she hears the utility room door open and she comes running, growling and zipping around the corner. And then as soon as she sees me, the tail starts wagging. But
I think to your point, that's one of the things that I posted today on X and on Facebook. Just a summary of what I saw going on. And it was basically when you are gaslit by your own gaslighting.
Yeah.
And your team brings the matches.
And the gasoline.
All the accelerants, everything you need needs to go up in flames. Then there will be a self-imposed implosion and explosion, and that's what will ensue. I mean, it's very hard. The one of the biggest issues that I think is going on is it's causing everybody who thought that what they thought on either side to feel like I was right. But the people that on the left are looking at this and they're having to make a judgment call. They're having to use their discretion, their discernment, and discriminate against the data. And they have to either, acknowledge it as this is not a deep fake. This is not a cheap fake. This is the reality that, I don't know, 45 or I think it was around 50 million they saw in the views on that night.
54 million, I think, is what it came up to.
Yeah, but all of the clips and the viral shit that's gone out have had 10 times that.
Oh,
There's 500 million views on people being able to look at something and come to their own conclusion. Not, don't believe your lying eyes. This is what happened. And it was, and the other thing that I think was very profound is that it was live simulcast. So everybody got to see it at the same time. Everybody was watching the exact same thing happen. And it happened so quickly. I think I sent a text to G about 5 minutes in, and I said, the replacement process has just kicked into its next gear.
Yeah. You know what the best quote or line I heard all weekend was Carter, being the worst president we've ever had, all of a sudden said, "Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go." He just moved up in the ranks.
So, I mean, it was extremely profound, and you don't have to be on the best place to be is right in the middle. Be with observational neutrality. Be able to go, I'm just going to look and see and come to my own conclusions. Yes, I have. Everybody's got biases. That's how we work. We've all got preferences and peccadillos and biases and all that shit. That's just part of how we function. You got to, so bias is not it's another word that they've weaponized. Bias is actually how we think and how we react, how our hormones and our biological, chemical, energetic system reacts and functions based on our consciousness in our mind, which is not our brain, but it sits in there, and that's what kicks off all the animation through the electrical charges and all of that. Separate rant. But all you have to do is look at something objectively with neutrality. Just look and see what it is. This is one of the things that the Asian arts, in particularly the martial arts, I'm a Taoist, I teach Tai Chi. And so the movement of the way that they see the existence in reality is just being with the reality, not judgmental, but observational. And this is a long way around Harvey's barn for me to get to the point of you can't watch something like everybody else and not feel that stream of consciousness go through. There is a there was a not a ripple, there was a wave in the stream that happened.
It's called a tsunami. What do they call it? Well, LA extension level event.
Yes, an ELE, yes.
Yeah, but
I
the
mean,
only
it was
thing is the tsunami. It's not even in the deep water of the pool. He's in the waiting baby pool, and he's already sinking his head below water.
well,
No, it's,
and part of that is I think there's a we got a live stream chat. Holy shit. Is anything coming through? Oh, just me. It's got my chat telling me that my chat has shown up. Well, the fun of playing with new toys. But back to the point. That was a very profound event, and it happened so quickly in front of so many people at the same time. The only other thing I could equate it to, or having the similar type of impact, would be a giant UFO sighting
Oh,
where there was an alien ship lands and aliens come out, a la ET or Close Encounters. It felt that kind of way to me. Not to, that would be obviously the alien thing would be much more holy shit, but this was of the same holy shit nature. This was the I can't believe what I expected it to be kind of come to a draw. I expected everybody to be on their game and to do their thing and do a respectable job. Now I will say, aside from what I saw, somebody I think it was Claudette said the fool and the tool or something like that is who was on there earlier in the chat. And by the way, thanks everybody for jumping in. Wow, the thing is lit up. I'm gonna have to catch up to that. But there was clearly a simultaneous wave in the stream. The stream was crossed, and there was,
what,
and you kind of
it's,
go ahead.
it's like in the movie Tombstone with Val Kilmer and that crew when Doc Holliday meets Johnny Ringo, and he says, "But Johnny Ringo, it looks like you've seen a ghost." I mean, he wasn't ready for Doc Holliday, that's for sure. And that's almost like that was almost the feeling that the Democrats were Johnny Ringo.
and Trump was over there saying, "I'm your Huckleberry."
Yeah,
That's exactly how I saw
yeah.
it. Now,
And I have to say, I was going to say until Jim confused me there for a minute. The one thing that I did find pleasantly surprised was the moderation. I thought was excellent.
Yeah,
I think,
me too.
in fact, I think the format that was all Joe's call, right? The mutes, no audience, the moderators, the place, the network, all and the timing. I got to tell you, had to go through some things like that with presentations, not to that extent, but um, the way that you have to navigate through all of those things so that you can be who you are and respond to what's going on and to be authentic. That takes some serious ego. It takes some serious sense of self, and it takes some experience. And if you can go up there and be able to effectively persuade, to communicate your stuff real time while you're navigating and improvising, that takes some stuff. Now, I think that if it took a week to prep for that, doing nothing but that, and resting up big time, how I would become ill with a cold and not be well rested and not be on my game is kind of, it's like, well, what happened there if indeed that kind of preparation went into this? So I was like, well, okay, that seemed to be interesting to me.
And what was he on? I mean, and he was going like this as he's trying to listen to the microphone in his ear or the speaker in his earpiece. You could, in one of the conversations when he's leaning really close to the microphone, you could hear somebody talking to him.
Yeah. Right when he said "we'll see," and then you heard "we'll see" again.
Yeah.
Well, to me, it looked like there was part of the speech where he was talking and he was just like staring off into space. And to me, it was like, I wonder if he's just repeating something, because that's what it looked like. Because he wasn't looking around. He was just staring off into space, just blah, 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 blah. And I'm like,
that might be a good time to bring up a picture.
Yeah, well, I was just checking. Apparently, we're getting a little buffering out there.
Yeah, I saw that in chat.
Yeah, so let me check a couple of things here and see if there's anything on my end that I can maybe might be that these other channels are streaming too. So we'll cut that back.
Oh, maybe we had another coronal ejection that we don't know about.
Oh, there's a big one. They said they're expecting it this weekend. I guess it's level 5.
Yeah, that was the one today, 4.7 or something like that. That was one of the it was one of the weakest, but we got to a level 4 at KP. I think it got to KP 7 or 8. It's like, well, Ben Davidson covered it today and was going, well, this didn't make any sense. Where did this come from?
Before I
forget, I think there's more of that coming.
Before I forget again, was you drinking an RC Cola?
Who, me?
Jesus, I haven't had an RC Cola since I was like 10 years old. The last RC Cola I had was in a bottle, and I got 25 cents off of the pop cap. I was the happiest guy ever because I got 25 cents off the cap and 10 cents for the bottle.
Dollar General stores in our area sells it all the time. It's always stocked.
Yeah, RC Cola and moon pies. Yeah,
the moon pies. That was, what was it in one of the movies? Somebody found like a 50-year-old moon pie in this old office in a drawer in a desk, and they pulled it out and looked at it and said, "It's got to be good." Cracked it open and said, "Well, it's a little dry."
A little dry. It'll be all
it's
right.
Like where my daughter belonged to a health club, and she go in. They have a picture box, and inside is a Big Mac and an order of fries, and it has a date that it was put in there. It was like, at the time I thought it was 6 or 7 years old, and no mold, no flies, no ants or critters. And it's when I go back to Minnesota, I'll go back and take a look at it, see if it's still there. I mean, it's
I follow this guy on YouTube, LA Beast, and he eats like really old stuff. Like he ate a bag of Doritos from like the 80s. Like soda from the 70s. He does like all kinds of crazy stuff like that. People send him like the oldest stuff they can find, and then he eats it or drinks it.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm not. No, that's not for me.
Not me either.
I mean, but the one thing I did learn sounds like I have company. One thing I did learn is that with barbecue sauce, you can eat roadkill.
Yeah. Put some famous Dave's on it, it'll taste fine.
Right?
I like Sweet Baby Ray's myself.
Oh yeah. I got a big old bottle of that I cracked open earlier when I threw it on my burger, and I was like, "Oh yeah, yep, this is the stuff."
When I was a kid, we used to go out camping, and our families would go out, and our best friend's family and their dad would, when he grilled out burgers and hot dogs, he'd put open pit on them. And I did that not too long ago, and it still reminds me of that time. And it was like the best tasting burger I've had in a long time. Just open pit.
It's the ones you did in Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts that had dirt and sand and ashes in it.
Piece
It
of a
just
twig.
it just added a certain flavor and texture to the hamburger or the hot dog, and it's things that I remember back, and it just puts a smile on my face.
Well, that's a fitting segue right back into what we were talking about, dirty old dogs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Well, let me bring that up. And where the hell did I put it? Hold on here. The whole idea of being able to look at things objectively, make up your own mind after your own critical thinking is one of the big things that I've yabbered on about for years and said that it must and it will come. And we're at that point now, in my opinion. We're finally at the point where people are going, you know, that doesn't look like that makes any sense. There's something going on there that just ain't right. And is this it? That's that one. And we're all seeing it. I mean, what do you think, Clay? Are you seeing it? Or when you talk to your circle of friends, are you seeing a bunch of what's going on here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, everybody is like, and everybody's asking everybody else, is it just me? Or did like we all wake up in clown world all of a sudden? And I'm like, no, man, it's not just you. Like everybody feels the same. Just something is just like there's something going on. And it just feels like it's building up. And whatever that is, I'm not sure, but
Well,
everybody,
it's
everybody everywhere.
it's like drinking out of a fountain that's always had something's wrong with it. The taste is wrong, and after 3.5 years, you finally look a little bit deeper and you find a couple of big turds in the punch bowl, and that's basically what Thursday night did. People have been saying, I don't know what that taste is, but I'll just ignore it. But when it's right in your face, when 50 plus million people, not counting stuff that has been distributed since then, uh, when 50 million people see it and they're even strong supporters of the left are saying, "What the hell did I just see?" I mean,
That's what was amazing. Just like me and Robert were, 5 minutes into the debate, we were texting each other saying the same exact stuff. And the left was doing the exact same thing right when it was going on, saying, how concise and accurate Trump was and had a strong presence. And they were critiquing Biden horribly. His own side was just like saying how horrible it was.
Well, all over the news today, they talked about who's going to replace him if Joe Biden drops out.
it's too late in the game to change him. He controls all his delegates. And you know who controls Joe? Oh, yeah, it's the doctor. Was it, let me see. Oh, yeah, Dr. Jill, the educator, whose thesis looked like it was written by someone in 7th or 8th grade.
She's not going to let him drop out.
I think more interesting to me than that is You mean the babysitter?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But
Nurse
the
Jill.
thing is, they can't replace him unless he turns over his delegates. I don't care what they want to do. And they're in panic mode. She wants to be the queen of America. She's the
Right.
one who controls what he does and what he doesn't do. I mean,
Well,
she's still his
I
babysitter.
want to let me push back on that a little bit because I've heard that meme, but when I watch her, I don't see any diva there. I don't see somebody who's got a power mensch going on that is. I don't see any of that. It seems more like an assistant to someone who is. It looks like she's been assigned by someone to take care of him.
Yeah.
And so there's
Change
a
his
few things.
bedpan and his
There's a
colostomy
few things
bag
that
and
she
his
has to
diapers,
do, and
yeah.
from the position in the public and the position thing. But she doesn't strike me as anybody with a degree of intellect that I would want anywhere near that level of responsibility. Certainly, Joe, I say what you want, but this is it. I think one of the more, aside from just not aside, the most important thing is the damage it's doing to the American society and the world.
To the safety of the world.
But backing up from that, I mean, this is elder abuse.
Yeah.
The people who go around classifying victims, and the perpetrators have said creating of victims, this is right up their alley. This is the kind of stuff that they wax and wane on and wail and gnashing of teeth about, do protests, raise flags, and make a bunch of noise at a incredible volume. This is right up their alley. Well, aren't you guys all about people that are being abused? And especially, but maybe it's because of and let me toss this to you gents and see what you think. There's a big deal going on about being white. If you are white, and especially if you're a white old male, I'm looking at y'all here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are not to be trusted. We are not to be listened to. We are not to be hired. We are basically should go to the corner to pay our penance for our privilege that has been bestowed on us, whether we've taken it purposely, intentionally, accidentally, or not. But everything if you are old, white, and male, gentlemen, I'm telling you right now, in fact, maybe we should just make some t-shirts with a target on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. We are the most hated group probably in the world right now. I know in America, it's our fault for everything, and everything is our fault.
And yet they elected an old white guy.
Well, speaking of an old
brain
white
dead,
guy,
a brain dead old white guy. There's a difference.
B, I see in the chat you need to hit that link and get in the show here, because if there's anything, I don't know what is older and whiter and privileged and should be sacrificed than Mr. B.
You saying take him first?
But we
No,
love you anyway.
I'm feeling generous. I think we should offer him up on behalf of the rest of us.
G'day, everybody. How are you?
Whoa.
Your volume
hey.
is way too loud.
Hey B, you don't need to move into the mic.
I'm feeling generous. I think we should.
And you need to
offer him
turn off
Okay,
your
fair
feed.
enough.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
back
that's all
up-
good.
Back up in your chair a little bit, and you should be just fine. I need to. Oh shit! I can't do the echo cancellation on it because that has to happen before the show. But go
Actually, I'm
ahead and
getting
say
a bit of
something.
feedback.
Say something.
I can hear myself. It's
Yeah.
coming back at me.
You sound like you're in a big box.
Yeah.
I read that in the audio controls, it says if you can hear yourself, turn off the echo cancellation. It says if you can hear yourself, yeah, turn off the echo cancellation. There was a little box in there
Oh.
that popped up when I did mine.
I wonder if it's still working. Yeah, I can still hear myself coming back.
You might have to
Echo
go out.
cancellation. Where do
Might
I
have to
find
go
that?
out and hit settings and turn it off and then come back in.
I'll let. Just on a sec.
The echo cancellation, there's a little settings button right at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
And then there should be.
I see echo cancel. Okay, here we go. Let's see what happens here. Oh, not doing it.
I've got some control over your volume in the studio, but it doesn't seem to be making a difference. Just like a typical Aussie.
Yeah, he's coming in hot.
Say something there, B.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah,
No,
that's good.
That's much
no
better.
echo. Oh, thank you very much. Who was it? Was it you or was it me?
I don't know. That's the question that always comes up. Was it
I'm
you?
sure
Was
had
it me?
blamed me? Of course. Gotta blame somebody. I don't mind. I've got broad shoulders.
Oh, you sound much better now, whatever the hell you did.
Now just lay back in your chair, relax, and
Yeah.
go with the flow.
Hey, what's this? Puts WD-40 on my chair because it's squeaking. I mean, are you talking about my backside or are you talking about the actual chair or what? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I can't tell you what was squeaking because I'm not there, but I heard it. And I was
It might be my
sit
joints,
back
mate.
and you'd do one of these and go, And I'm going, man, I think they sell WD-40 down there in the,
of course
in the
they
land
do.
under.
Yes, they certainly do. Oh, dear. So what are we
How
talking
you doing, B?
politics today?
Did you catch any of what was going on before you joined?
Oh God, mate. Yeah, look. No, I did not hear, but I did watch Biden and Trump have their little chin wag. I mean, Trump's with his arrogance and also with bloody Biden. I mean, mate, he's got to retire, mate. I mean, he doesn't know what day it is. I mean, sorry. I mean, I don't mean to offend you guys. I mean, I don't have a really have a right to say anything because it's not my country, you know. But honestly,
Well, just from
I'll be
let me
scared.
just ask you, let me position it for you this way.
Okay.
And it's kind of where I was meandering around all the shit I was going on about.
Okay.
Just looking at it objectively as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Forget about the countries, the politics, the stuff. What did you see happen with two people who are competing against one another, and what did you see happen?
They didn't hit any subjects whatsoever. They're basically like, I'm telling on you, you're telling on me, and you know, you grow up and everything else. So it's more. There were no policies. They weren't throwing out any policies. This is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to sort this out. They're talking about what they think they did or done, right? And then they kind of, you know, Trump's always trying to look very serious, and I can see his lip comes out, you know, and he looks like he's on a mission, you know. I'm sure he is. And Biden, I just saw as well, the guy should retire. I mean, he should be put into a nursing home. He shouldn't be running a country. He can't even walk down those steps. He has to be escorted like a child, you know. And I mean, I don't blame a person for being old. Don't take me wrong, you know. But I mean, hey, retirement age is at 65 or 70 here in Australia. I mean, he's well over retirement age in the US, I reckon, and he should be retired. I mean, being senile, if he is down that road, I mean, I'm not a doctor, I can't really say, but it appears to me that he is. He can't hold a sentence straight away, you know, straight, and he can't give a straight answer. And none of them can really give a straight answer. Like if a reporter turns around and says, "Are you going to honour the votes?" and it should be yes. There's no if or buts, play around. It should be yes. And, and actually, what I would personally do, I would make it mandatory that every American citizen has to vote by law. By law. And that's how it is in Australia. That way, you're going to get the true numbers in, the true numbers. X marks the spot. That's it. And it's well done here because you get your name taken off the register when you go to the voting poll. Your name doesn't go on the actual slip. All these you're going, and if you don't tick on anything, it's passed as a misvote. So you don't have to vote for anybody, but you just got to get your name taken off the list. And that's how it should be. And you have to turn up in person, unless you're in a nursing home and you're old and grey, and you can't think for yourself. Then the nurse can go around.
Or buried in a cemetery underneath a tombstone somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
Apparently
it's a sham. It's what's happening is a sham, and I'm very concerned that I think Biden is not competent, and I think this is only a personal view. I think Trump's the better man, but he's too arrogant. He's too cocky. He's too cocksure of himself, and that worries me.
Why would somebody who is assured of themselves because they have done things, and everybody's got all of the bullshit and true and untrue that they wrap around that guy. But here's the facts. Regardless how he got his start, he made him a lot more with it. He's built a brand. His name is a brand. He not only was successful on television and entertainment, real estate, and all sports with golf and all this other shit, but then he became president. It's like, okay, well, you have got to want to do that either because of your own ego and narcissistic tendencies and overinflated sense of self, or you're doing it for a purpose with intention. And I got to say, I've watched all the presidents since Kennedy. Like I said, I remember where I was and what happened when Kennedy was assassinated, watching it on the black and white. I think it was a RCA Victor TV with 3 main channels and maybe 20 UHF. I remember that. And ever since then, it's clear, especially as this time has gone by, that the whole idea of a presidency is not what we're told. It is a position, a puppet position that someone has to fill because of the way that we're constructed in our constitutional outline and administration of the country. But the people that are all around the administration, the institutions, and all the things that fill up in order for that government to function, that's a bunch of long-term career bureaucrats and people that have been appointed by God knows how many presidents back. And so it's become this infested, moldy infrastructure of shit that doesn't function well anymore. But even during
it doesn't function at all. Other than to raise taxes.
In spite of it not being able to function, it's a bunch of fiefdoms. There's all these little groups and whether it's this state, that state, white, black hat, doesn't matter. There's all this stuff that has become infested and metastasized in it. And they're all it's to me, I think the simplest analogy is it's like a mafia family, or a mafia region, like in Chicago and New York. There wasn't one family, there was a bunch of them. There might have been a top one, but there were several underlings, and they either worked together or they fought together, but they eventually tried to keep their shit together. But it always didn't work out. There was a lot of, we're taking those people out because they're in our way for what we want to do, or causing too much noise, friction, or whatever else is going on. So
it's like
our
the
government,
Sopranos. It's like
what's
the
that?
Sopranos.
Yeah. So the government situation that we have with the leadership and the people that are in place have, I'm trying to just look at it and logically with common sense and reason, I'm looking at it going, this doesn't seem like it's working real well. It seems like there's a bunch of not only flies in the ointment, but monkey wrenches in the system, and somebody's not taking care of the fluid dynamics maintenance. And oh, by the way, you got some flat tires. Oh, look at that. You need some wheel bearing. I mean, the whole thing, just from an automotive analogy, take any one of the parts. Any one of the parts themselves are not as important as they are with the rest of the parts. You take out an ignition switch, and of course you can hardwire it, but the car is not going to go anywhere. It has tires, gas, all the things it needs. But you take that ignition switch out, boom, you're not going anywhere. So to me, this, what we're seeing or what we saw, and there's all the conspiracy stuff and everything else around what's actually going on. Was that Biden? Was it actually live? Was it something else? At a minimum, whoever they are thought they were going to do, they either knew it was going to be a catastrophe or they didn't think it would be that bad. Because to blatantly on purpose allow that to happen, knowing that the chances were higher than hell that it was going to happen, that's either a special kind of stupid or a special kind of strategic.
Well, I think they felt that he embarrassed himself so much that just to hide the shame that he would drop out. Jill will not let him. She has that brass ring that she stole when she walked through on a tour when she was a kid, when she was babysitting Bo
and
whatever. And she's not going to give that brass ring up. And she will. And again, the articles I've read and had the most that were the most interesting are even people on the left, but these are legal type people are saying, you just don't take someone who has all the delegates he needs and puts him in a position. I mean, to put someone else in that position. Biden and Jill, baby, they own the delegates, and the only person that can release them is some guy that's brain dead or that nasty tag along babysitter of his, also referred to as the good doctor. Well, not so much good, but Dr. Jill. Yeah.
Well, doesn't that speak to the way that all of this has been packaged? I mean, Biden was Trump is packaged. He packages himself. And that was the other point that I was going to make. Say what you want. His mean tweets, his chauvinistic attitude, his whatever. Before he ran for president, all of the libs, and particularly in celebrity land, loved his ass. Yep. They were all to his parties. They were all taking pictures, from Oprah to whoever. They loved him. They went on The Apprentice. It's like, well, so what changed? He decided he wanted to go make a difference by running for president because he thought, well, maybe.
I really don't think. I
don't think he expected to win, but when he did, I think he put on the big boy pants, and he didn't give a shit who he offended or encountered. He was going to try to go do the best job he could do. Love him or hate him, like his personality or anything else. I don't think is a businessman, and that's what's been missing in the government. We have too many lawyers and not enough people who have actually run anything, built a business.
The people to actually run the country are the people like the head of NSA, the head of Department of Social Security, people head of the tax, like the CEO of the tax department. All these people, head of departments, they're the ones that actually run. Because look, government people come up with ideas, and all they do is throw it out there, as you would say, throw the turd on the table and say, "Hey, can we do this?" And they get the statistics back from the taxation department, and say, "No, it's going to cost too much." So he makes his decision on what they tell him. Okay, and this is the problem. These people and head of departments stay in their jobs until they retire, right? So basically, they're the ones giving the president the advice. All they're the puppets. Say, "I've got an idea. Can we do this or can we do that?" And they just say, "Yes, it's possible we can do that. Even the military, they've got the head of the military. They don't change with government. They're up there all the time,
No,
giving the
yes,
president.
yeah,
advice.
no, I have to disagree with you as someone who's spent 27 years in the military.
Well, I
watching
don't know
what-
how it runs in the US. I know here in Australia it's the
I'm
same.
watching.
you know.
I'm watching how that rat bastard that they have as Secretary of Defense and whatever he's insisting on DEI.
Yeah,
all
and you're
this
talking
other-
about secretary. They're government people, right? They're the politicians, right?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the man in uniform himself.
Yeah, that's who
Right.
I'm referring to. That's
the
who I'm
generals
referring
and-
to. You know,
Oh, okay.
one of the things Obama did when he was president, he forced retirement on about 150 to 200 patriotic general and flag officers, and everybody else that came in to fill those positions were just they were part of the deep state. You know, they were, they want inclusion. They want to be nice. They want to be nice warriors.
See, I don't
Bullshit.
understand the politics in America when it comes to that side, but in Australia,
Hey,
he's
they
head
don't.
of the army,
We
he's
don't
head of the
understand
army, you know?
politics. We don't understand politics in America today.
Yeah.
I mean, up is down, down is up. You know, you're having you can't use someone's given name that he or she was given at birth because I'm offended. Well, asshole, show me in the Constitution where it says you can't be offended. It doesn't exist. This is life, liberty, and the pursuit, not the guarantee, the pursuit of
The thing
happiness.
is, if somebody can speak the truth and speak their mind, you're going to have honesty going around. Your people are going to be exposed. And if you can't speak the truth, well, these liars and cheaters and bloody pedophiles and everybody else are going to get away with it, aren't they? I mean, be honest.
I think that part of America is coming to an end, and I hope I'm right. But you say you didn't think Trump was just going to jump in for shits and giggles. Trump doesn't do anything unless he's going to do it to win. So I don't agree with that.
I completely agree. I think that is a part of his personality and characteristic. And if you knew anything, if you paid attention to any of the people that have made incredible contributions, particularly in innovation, inventions, and big businesses, Jack Welch was an asshole, ran GE. Steve Jobs was an asshole, ran. I mean, this assholiness is what comes out of people who are driven to succeed in what they're doing and are not putting up with any shit on the way. And that's what I think that's what Trump does. He's a successful businessman. Oh, but he's got bankruptcies, all this. Yeah, well, you know what? I'd rather have somebody who's gone through success and failure to help me figure out how to not do that than somebody who has never failed. And
never signed a paycheck, never had to deal with the competition. All they're worrying about is getting reelected. And
Well, the
having
thing
their
is,
pockets
guys,
filled.
again, you hit the nail on the head.
Don't
Trump
lean in.
Trump is a businessman, right? And he knows for a fact that if you've got an excellent economy, people are going to buy property. They're going to buy property. They're going to buy apartments. They're going to buy shops. They're just going to spend, and that's good for the economy, and it's also good for Donald Trump too. That's the business he's in.
Well, Deb
motivated.
Bryan in the chat said, I could care less about Trump's mean tweets or if people think he's all about himself. He tried his best, and this country was better off.
Can you imagine if Hillary had to come in 2016?
Oh, it would be we would be full tilt
we'd probably all be
dystopian.
dead. We'd probably
be definitely
dead
dystopian
right now.
if that was happening. The thing about Joe being in there, and it's clear, and this was to me the most interesting question was who's running the country, because it clearly wasn't the guy on the stage. I don't care how much faith, how hard you believe in whatever ideology you espouse. There's no logical or common sense or rational way you could have looked at that and said, yeah, I'm glad he's got the nuclear football with him. I'm glad that he's representing us to other leaders around the country. I'm sorry, that just was not something that gave any modicum of confidence and peace and assurity to the people that are under that individual's responsibility. Just not. And I
I mean-
got to tell you, go ahead, Jim.
Or do you want to tell?
Yeah, go ahead.
tell
Go
us
ahead.
first?
I'm gonna get a share up here.
Putin respects him. Xi respects him. The short Nork from North Korea respects him because he knows if Donald Trump is in charge and you screw with them, he's not going to come back and just give you a good slap upside the head. He's going to do something a lot worse. And like Trump said, he honestly believes, and I have to agree with him, that if he was president, the Ukraine would not have been invaded. The Middle East wouldn't be up on fire. Israel would not have been attacked. And they said, well, he's rough and he says harsh things. Well, big fucking deal. He kept us out of war. We had no war for 4 years. Yeah, within 180 days after the 2020 election was stolen, there's wars all over the country. Now there's war. I mean, all over the planet, and now it's 10 times worse than it was 3.5 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now it's 50 miles from our border.
Yeah, and you can't tell me that man got 81 million votes. There aren't that many people that hate Trump in this country, and that was the only way they could add that many up. I mean, how can you love someone who caused gas to go here in Tucson area from right at $2 to right at $4.50? Everything you go to the store, a gentleman who had ordered something from Walmart, 42 items. It was on Facebook earlier today. He had ordered 42 items in, was it 2022? Yeah, 4 years ago, or 2021, one of the two. And it was $140 or whatever it is, or
Right.
$175.
Yep.
The same items which he did today, the exact same items, the same quantity, it was 2.5 times
Yeah.
what he's paid for them 2.5, 3 years ago.
It's always fascinating to me to watch people that are armchair economists, armchair statisticians. They sit back and they go, and I'm just going to toss this out there as another example, rabbit hole we go to. It's the same thing with climate change. It's like, here's the data, folks. Now, this is what we're telling you it says. And people go, okay. But then if you look at the data and you look at the source data and you look at it and you go, that's not what it's going on according to what the data says.
Yeah.
You just wrap that turd with a nice new piece of shiny wrapping paper and put a bow on it. There's so much of that bullshit going on and has been going on for decades that we're finally getting to the point. And this is, I think this is a nice little place to pause and play the latest work from Mr. Claymation that to me sums up not only as G and I were talking at the beginning, somewhere, somehow, at some point, this whole geezer thing just kind of creeped up on you. and all of a sudden it was there, right?
Yep.
And you thought about it maybe 20 years ago and you went, well, that might happen
He wasn't a
sometime.
geezer then. He wasn't
What's
a
that?
geezer then.
No.
I was, but he wasn't.
yeah, there we go. So let me share this little piece and I'm going to turn all of you off. You'll still hear it in the background. and then I'll bring you all back in at the end of this. So if you got to go drain the main vein or do anything, you got about 2 minutes, or you got about 3 minutes. So get your geyser on while this is coming on here. And everybody in the chat, I think I've brought the volume down, but let me know if it sounds okay. All right, let's see
And
here.
the only way you're going to hear if it's that we can hear it is you can't put us in the back room.
Oh, look, we're stacked up there. Hold on. Go ahead and let me see here. Where the hell is people? There's people. All right, let me see if this works. Good, all be gone. Be gone. Clay's already hit himself. Let's see. Bye-bye. Is it working?
I still see myself on the screen.
Well,
There we go.
you be gone now?
Yep.
Now I find, God, look, I can get rid of Goodall. I am so happy. Okay, it looks like we're popping back in one at a time.
I
It's in-
had to manually turn the camera and the mic on.
Okay.
I don't know if that's normal.
No, I had everybody backstage, so your camera's not on and your mic is muted, but we heard you. How in the hell did that happen?
I see him and I hear him.
Who, you talking about me? Goodall?
Yeah, I see you, Jim, and I can hear you.
Yeah,
Let's see, where the hell is B?
I don't think he knows.
He never does. He's probably playing tiddlywinks. Hmm. I wonder what it'd be like to play tiddlywinks upside down.
Oh,
I'm thinking. So, Jim, can you hear us?
Yes,
So we've got, where is your camera thing? Clay, are you there?
I see me, Jim, and you, and I don't see Mr. B or Clay.
yeah.
So I see Clay, Jim, you, and me, but I don't see B. Let's see here.
Well, he is
Yep.
on the other side of the planet, so maybe the electrons can't get across the international
Do you-
date line.
Do you have to click them back on individually, Robert, since you took us all down?
Yes, and that's how I got the four of us in. It has the hide or show.
Because Clay says he's still backstage.
Well, alrighty then. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, wait a minute. Something just happened.
Someone shit in your pants? Oh, Bryden's not here. Never mind.
Wow, I'm getting some strange video stuff going on here.
Field guy just said, if this was an actual emergency, we'd all be screwed.
Exactly. Okay, let me poke around here for a second and see what the fuck is going on. So, everything shows as shown. I don't see B. Where'd he go? B, be gone. Do you see B anywhere?
No. But I don't see Clay either. And usually I can see when people are backstage. Or I think I can.
I see Clay's name up there. G, your name's up there, and of course, Motormouth. I mean,
Well.
Roberts. There's.
I got your
Hey,
motor,
guys.
buddy.
Turn your volume down.
Well,
Okay,
what's
so
my
it looks
volume?
like B's coming in. Clay, if you can hear, leave and come back. And Jim, I want you to do the same because I don't know. Do you see him, G? Do you see his
He's gonna
video?
Come back in again.
No.
You don't see him anymore.
I think he left. And he's coming back in.
No, we hear you, Jim, but we don't see you. And very unfortunately, that's exactly what's happening with B. Oh shit! Now we can see him too.
Oh, the glare's just getting to my eyes, guys. So
Let's see here. Okay,
Jim
folks,
dropped
bear
out
with
and
us
Clay
while
dropped
we get
out.
our stuff back together here. We apparently are having some fun with the way this thing works when you try to use it. Isn't that the thing though, G? Is every time you try to go use something, you figure out that how it's supposed to work, and then it doesn't.
Right. I mean, the presentation that you shared, there was no sound, no video. It was just the backdrop of our thumbnail.
When I played the
geezer
video,
geeks.
Yeah.
I saw it in the studio. And what do we have in the chat? Let's see, Robert, Journal, and Jane. It's on background buffering. Your video output is off.
Yeah, the video wasn't
Let
playing.
Jimbo talk more. Really? Really? Do you know how much
Yeah,
we listen to him? Tune into the other
Oh,
shows. You can get all the Jim you can
come
handle.
on, guys. Hey, come on. Hey, between Robert and Jim, mate. God, I tell
Yeah,
you,
that's
stereo.
right.
Hey, by the way, my chair does squeak, by the way. It's the leather.
The leather.
Yeah.
Field guy. Yeah, I don't know about broke the stream. I might have broke the. Oh, there's Goodall again. Get your ass back in here, Jim.
I think I might.
Clay, do
I've got
you
echo back, I think.
beat? You don't need to lean up. You don't
I
need to
know,
lean
but I
into the
got the
mic.
echo back. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh well, I'll turn on. Make sure your echo cancellation is on.
Did my share screen come up for you guys?
Is that what you?
Yeah, that says
That's it
Clay's
there.
screen.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So wait a minute. Hold it there.
I was gonna
So-
play the video
so-
to see if it works through the share screen.
Yeah. So you left and came back in, and now you're okay, right?
Mhm.
Jim, where the hell's Jim? Oh, he keeps
He's
knocking
gone.
on the door. I keep letting him in, but I don't know. He must be just standing at the door, just geezing. Come on, Jim, get your ass in here.
Come on, James. Is there anybody out there?
No video. Laura's saying she keeps sharing the buffering wheel. So I don't, Rumble the other night, right when the debate happened, crashed hard.
Oh yeah.
The whole thing went out.
Look, I'll honestly say that the graphics, like the cameras, are far superior on these networks, but StreamYard tends to be a lot more simplified. Things seem to work all the time there. But
Yeah.
Well,
again,
StreamYard's been around for a lot longer, but
Yeah.
it doesn't have the audio and video quality.
it does if you want to
And
pay for the top.
else and
If you wanna-
everybody else is trying
you-
to outdo each other now. It's like this is part of the AI wars and the coming collapse with all
Well,
this
with
technology.
StreamYard, if you want to pay for the top, professional service, you do get the 4K kind of quality camera, but it's like everything else, they can outprice themselves.
I paid the $20 a month for it.
I find it's a lot. Hey, I have no problems
It's
with
just
StreamYard
stable. Yeah,
whatsoever.
it's I use it because it's just stable. I don't have to,
Yeah.
mess with it too much.
Well, we know that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when we did the Riverside, Rumble, and Zoom test, that Zoom basically came out as like that audio and video quality was the shit.
Mm.
Much better than StreamYard or the other ones. And the second one was actually Rumble.
Well, I
Is that
find
your
Rumble, my
experience?
my
Is
camera doesn't work.
Well, you've got that weird setup that you bought some alien device. You showed it to me, and we tried to go through getting it set up, and it was like I don't know what's going on there. I think that
No, I'm talking about my webcam, man. I'm talking about.
isn't that going through the same system?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about my computer system,
Yeah.
the bad apple. Yeah, well, that will eventually change. Don't you worry. But my camera's working on this platform, so it's good.
Yeah. Well, we had they've made a bunch of updates. This is what the platform that I use for all of the show editing and the shorts and all that stuff. So Deb is saying it's seriously buffering. Laura says, "I wonder if having more than 2 geeks is too much."
But we do tend to put a drain on the system.
That is for sure. Jim, I've tried to click and bring you in 5 times. Try it again. Maybe
You know,
I'll
yeah.
send you another link. Clay had to bail and come back, and now he's up and running.
See, when you get like to our age, I mean, senior age, old geeks, we don't worry about what people think. We speak our mind, and that's the quality of it all. That's the beauty of it all. We don't give a shit. Really, excuse my language, everybody, but that's it. We don't care as long as we're not hurting any individual. But we got to call it how you see it, you know.
And that's exactly what Trump did last night on the podium. But yet everybody says he's so harsh. But last night was actually one of his general sides. He really wasn't being that harsh. He was just telling the cold, hard facts.
Yeah, but I'm not interested in golf, mate. I mean,
Well,
keep,
that you got to give it to him. I mean, at first it was, the answers were driven by the questions, which again I said I thought the moderators was one of actually the better ones that I've seen, and neutral as well. But the first 45 was about that. The last 45 was about two old guys calling each other suckers and arguing about their golf scores.
yeah, yeah,
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
that was pretty good, I have to say. I went, okay.
I'm more worried about the issues what's going on with in the world right now, and not so much who slept with what hooker and how much he paid her. Honestly, don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah, and the thing is that that he who has no scruples cast the first stones, right? It's like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah. Those without sin cast the first stone. And everybody. I mean, look, I've got skeletons in my cupboard. I tell you.
actually, speaking of that, you do have a pasty white skeletal thing going on with those dark glasses, and that hat and that shirt. You look like you should be in a movie or directing one or something.
Yeah, well, my eyes are feeling sore at the moment. My sinus has been playing up, and of course, back of my eyes are just killing me at the moment. And I've got the light right above my head, looking right at my face, and the glare off the monitor. So I thought I'll just shade it down a bit. I don't like.
Actually, I was thinking it was more like a weekend at Bernie's.
Well, you know what they say, fake it till you make it. It is middle of winter here, and the sky is blue outside, believe it or not. It's always bloody blue, just about. But the nights, cold nights. But then again, I'd say it's cold, but you guys probably say it's a heat wave. I mean, it's got down as cold as 18 degrees today, Celsius, middle of winter. So doesn't reach freezing here, not around here, not in Perth.
Oh, you must be talking to Jim.
Yes, most definitely.
Well, I do like the fact that I turned the echo cancellation off. Should we try a guitar diddly?
Yeah.
See how it sounds?
So I got Jim on. He's trying to figure out why he can't go in. So hold on. Talk amongst yourselves about
Clay wants to play a little music for us while you do that.
Yeah, see how it
Yeah,
sounds.
do that. That'd be great.
Because I can turn the echo cancellation off in this studio, so it should come through clear. Just let me know if you guys can hear this.
Sounds good.
This backing track's about 4 minutes long. I probably won't make it all the way through, but we'll see.
I'm going to go ahead and hide everybody here.
Oh, fuck, here we go. We're gonna lose this again. It doesn't be.
Something like that. I don't know what that sounded like out there. Hopefully, it didn't sound too horrible.
Actually, Clay, that was sweet. And would you mind playing some more?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll play another one.
Yeah, drop another one in. That was great.
Sure.
That sounded good on my end. Let's check the chat here real quick. Still buffering. Sounded great. Rumble apparently might be working better than on the audio video than YouTube. Sounded great. Awesome.
Okay, this is a newer backing track that I've been working with. So if I make some mistakes, it is what it is.
Brother, I'm right there with you.
It's not the mistakes that count. It's the notes. It's the sound between the notes that's important.
And the next note.
Yeah, that's right. There's never a bad note. All right, here. Let's
All
try
right, brother,
this.
give it up.
All right. Something like that.
Well, that was outstanding. Thank you, Clay. Clay and the Claymations.
You bet.
Dude. I'm thinking you're finding a sweet spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if that video that I tried to play of your lawn will play on your side better through OBS.
Yeah. Let's give it a
Because
shot.
I don't think that came through the way that it should have.
All right, I'll hit play.
Yeah, turn it down. Yeah, whoa. A little bit more.
Better.
Yeah, it's right in there. All right, chat. Where's it at?
Woke up this morning, sun's beating down. Kids on the corner, music too fucking loud. Sick and tired of their endless noise. I'm done with the shit and their stupid toys. Patience been nerves free, had enough of that damn parade. Stay on my fucking lawn, I ain't your friend. This is where your reckless freedom ends. I'm the old guy, don't you understand? In my kingdom, I'll make the stand. Every evening, they swarm like flies. Laughter and bullshit and petty lies. I just want my fucking peace. Their constant chaos needs to cease. Patience dead, nerves frayed, had enough of that damn parade. Stay on my fucking lawn, I ain't your friend. This is where your reckless freedom ends. I'm the old guy, don't you understand? In my kingdom, I'll make the stand.
How's that for the studio, guys? Is it
Young
good?
and wild, but I've seen it all, every scheme and guile.
Sounded good on mine.
Respect your elders or face my wrath. Cross my line, you'll feel my aftermath. You think you're invincible, young and wild, but I've seen it all, every scheme and guile. Respect your elders or face my wrath. Cross my line, you'll feel my aftermath. Guitar! Stay off my fucking lawn, I ain't your friend. This is where your reckless freedom ends. I'm the old guy, don't you understand? In my kingdom, I make the stand. So enough on is the outside. If you trespass, prepare for a fight. I got my peace and hold the line. In the
right. That is right up there, epically done. The lyrics are just spot on.
I
The
loved
whole
it.
meme, the theme, the attitude, all that shit. There was a lot of resonance going on there. Clay, exceptionally well done. Thank you.
You bet. Good to see
I'll be right
Keebler
back. I forgot
in the
something in the
chat.
other
Good to
room.
see you, Keebler.
Keebler.
Yeah, she followed us over from last week. I've been sharing this out every week. It's where the deal he he came over from my community as well.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good to see some people coming over.
Yeah, that is awesome. I hope they're enjoying it. A different side of the universe. You know, the thing is that we have this need to make sure that we're not only looking at the information, but trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So that's why we get together and talk. In case anybody was wondering, why are you guys doing this? It's like, well, there's shit that needs to be talked about, so that's what we do. We want to talk about it.
Hey, Robert, can you increase your volume a little bit? Or can you?
Well, is that any better?
I think so.
It might be because of the echo cancellation. Are you hearing an echo, or do you just hear
No.
low volume?
Nope, just
Where the hell's B?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is.
disappeared.
He's in there. I'm looking
Oh,
down here and I'm
shit.
thinking there's somebody
Hey,
missing.
doesn't he look like Weekend with Bernie?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got something going on there.
Yeah, that's perfect. Oh shit, he's alive.
And he's plugged in. This is not
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just sitting here waiting, saying, they forgot about me.
Yeah.
Well, I was scrolling down the list here, and you were the last one. I just didn't scroll far enough. But you've been found and you've been revealed, and God help us all.
Oh, I know.
So I've got some videos I want to share, but I'm wondering if, Clay, it seems like to me at least that the OBS for providing the feed through the platform is not only better, but it's more flexible, because you're able to do all kinds of shit just through OBS that's going to the feed, right?
No, with OBS, the only thing that's going to the feed is just what you see. That's it. Just the fancy backgrounds, nothing else.
So
Now when I stream with OBS, it's different than when I
when you
stream
just
with.
played, what you just played was through OBS, right?
No, it's
Oh.
just it's through my mixer.
So you go mixer into the computer. Are you using an audio interface?
Yeah.
Or just
Well, no, I'm not using an interface at all. I'm just using a Behringer 5-channel USB mixer.
Oh, okay.
Old school
All right.
mixer. Yeah,
Okay,
I
yeah,
got my
sweet.
microphone plugged in channel 1. My guitar rig is into channel 2. My keyboards are in channel 3. My tablet's in channel 4, and then I have just one USB cable that goes into my computer. And then when I pull up my sound or my audio to choose which audio I want, then I choose the mixer. Well, and it doesn't come up as mixer; it comes up as like USB something input.
Device, yeah.
So yeah, and it picks it up so
generic
that
device.
way, yeah. So and then of course I can adjust my mixer however I want for the
Obviously,
sound
you're
quality.
not using an Apple computer.
No,
No, because
Hey,
when you
hey,
use
Be
a real
nice.
when
That's
you
all I
use a
have.
real computer, you don't have to get up in the mic and scare the shit out of everybody, looking like some
James,
angel of death.
I'm also operating a bad Apple at the moment, so and all my mixers and that don't work very well on the Apple.
I do have some friends that use Apple, and they swear by Apple products. They do all of their music recording with Apple. And then there's people that I know that swear against Apple, and they only go PC. And
Well, I'm primarily a writer, And when I was activated for Desert Shield and Desert Storm, I was required to, one of my jobs besides reading absolutely every single message going to and from CENTCOM, regardless of classification, my job was to put together an unclassified briefing on what transpired in Iraq and Afghanistan. No, Afghanistan wasn't part of the issue that, but what's happening in Iran and Iraq at the time. And the computer that I had, that was provided by the Air Force was a Mac. So I started using it, and I found it so much easier for what I do. And I have all the Topaz Labs in image enhancing software, and I have, of course, Photoshop, which is I don't know how I would survive without that. I mean, because one of the things I love to do is to get a shitty old photograph that's been folded and chipped and stepped on, and then to resurrect it, looked like it. I took a shot off an original 4x5 negative, and that's what I love to do. And it's and a lot of my most recent homepage on Facebook, I have the day of the first flight of a Blackbird as on my homepage. That wasn't a very good image when I got it, but after working on it, it looks nice and sharp. So,
Well, so basically,
and everything,
you dabble in digital stuff, and
Yeah.
you make pictures look better, especially the
I can't do
you
anything
get
for you.
you get
Robert.
access. You've collected this incredible, because you're a historian, and I know I have not only got your books, but I have sat with you and talked about this in person. And the stories, oh God, I do remember some of them, Jim, but some of them I purposely forgot because I didn't want that in my mind.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I mean, I have an iPhone. I have a MacBook Pro. The wife has a tablet. She has an iPhone. I have my iMac 27. And it's to go back to when she has problems, because she was in real estate for quite a while. So she has a PC because all their software is written for PCs. And for me to go back, and I've had a PC since '81, when IBM came out with the first IBM PC, no memory to speak of, 2 5.25-inch floppies, and I think maybe 10 meg of RAM, if that, and a 9-pin dot matrix printer and a 13-inch orange screen. And that's what I learned on. But then when I was very proficient on PCs, but then when I was introduced to the Mac, of what I had to do, because it was put together a newsletter to go out, I found it so much easier to use in the Mac. Where I hook on it and I drag it over. I don't need any commands or any assembly language or whatever. So,
Well, and that's one of the things, and I aside from the constant berating that I put on the Rotten Fruit Company, they have done a superb job of building what they do, and they've done a good. My problem is the way that they've done it and deployed it. When I found out that I could build my own computer and I couldn't do that with an Apple, I could order special drive, more RAM, different CPU, whatever, monitors and all that shit. But when I found out that I could go buy those parts myself and put one together, I went, oh, let's
Yeah, but
see.
mind you, Apple are a well-made product.
And well, they are. That's what I'm saying. The engineering, they've built a great product, but it is confined. It is a proprietary product that you have very limited options with which to do what you need or want to do.
It's
Now, if
built
you
around
take
specific programs, software.
yeah, when the Pentium 3 came out, my brother and I bought one for my dad. My dad was one of the original computer geeks. We had a Model 33 teletype in his office at home. We had he was so thrilled when he got a 12K, was it 1200 baud modem?
Yep.
He was thrilled.
Oh yeah, I was too when I first got mine. I was like,
but,
"Oh, well, look out, I'm coming."
And what he did for a hobby, he'd go to open source software. He'd find the back door, and then he'd debug it. I mean, that just kept his mind working. And when we got the Pentium 3, we hand delivered it, and the first thing it did was erase the hard drive and put in some assembly language, because he talked in ones and zeros. He didn't talk on any other language, and it was just
that's how, I mean, the whole 1 and 0 thing was all, and that's all a pattern recognition. Every one of the representations of the language that we understand in the sense of letters and numbers and symbols has got a pattern of 1s and 0s that make it up. It's just that is consistent. It's universal. That's the ASCII code, right? So,
yeah, it does. I call it does.
Yeah. Well, the point is that I think that we need to probably go to Clay. I sent you a link in chat. Were you able to see that?
Yeah, I'm grabbing that right now.
I think I don't know, for some reason, I think the stream coming from your system is buffering and performing better than through mine. So let's see if it's any better from your end. Yeah, Keebler's saying it's been buffering a lot. Someone is using a lot of bandwidth for my little mobile YouTube app. Hey, I've been known to do that too. Getting YouTube on my phone, I got to tell you, for all of its ills and its problems, the tube is the shit when it comes to content that you didn't even know. Some cases you didn't want to know was out there.
You ready?
But it is the shit. The content out there is like, oh, and particularly on music, Clay, you and I know this. Mm-hmm. The content, the music that's on the tube is just from another planet. It's awesome.
I made a whole show about it.
What's that?
I had made a whole show about it.
Yeah.
I did over 300 live streams with just music from YouTube. Good stuff. I honestly think that's where like the heartbeat of music is right now, is on YouTube.
Mm. Well, yeah, this okay. It came up and it looks good. This is for to remind you guys. I played the future forecasting group on last show, and their look at the middle of next month, particularly on the 15th, particularly having to be my orbital celebration, which happens all month. Actually, it's a global thing. My birthday's celebrated all month, so anybody who's in July, you're in the middle of the celebration, right, Jim?
Yep.
So anyway, those guys were talking about the event, that the different divination modalities and tools have been picking up. There's everybody's feeling and seeing a spike in energetic activity on the 15th, 16th, basically the 10th to the 20th. So this is the same guys that did that report we looked at last week. This is interesting because I want to try this with everybody on the panel tonight, and even those in the chat. So watch what Dick does here, and let's try to maybe give it a test on the other side. Go ahead, Clay.
Don't blink. Try not to blink. Hi there, crypto fans. Dick Allgaier here. Another beautiful day in paradise. There's been no shortage of analysis of last night's debate between Presidents Biden and former President Trump. But I have a little slightly different take. When I was watching the debate last night, what amazed me was Joe Biden's ability to not blink for extremely long periods. He came out of the gate in his first statement. I'm going to put a counter up and watch how long he goes without blinking.
We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again.
That was 17 seconds. And I defy you to try this at home. I was on TV for a number of years and they used very bright lights. I'm in a pretty bright environment right now. And you can try this, try keeping your eyes open and talking for 17 seconds like Joe Biden did. Let's look at that one more time.
We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again.
Okay, so what I challenge you to do is I'm going to blink a couple of times. Now, I'm 11 years younger than Joe Biden. So I'm getting up there. My eyes are probably a little dry, but not as dry as his. But I'm going to try to go 17 seconds. Here we go. Hi, I'm Dick Allgaier, and I am going to not blink while I talk to you. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's getting painful. 13, 14, 15. Okay, I made it 16 seconds. You try it. You try counting out. Try speaking in a bright environment and not blinking your eyes. I want to know, what the hell substance did they give him that caused him to lose the ability to blink? Like they put something in to deaden your eyes when they do an eye exam? Like, what did they give him?
So, what do you think, gentlemen? Can you do that? Have you
No.
tried that?
As I was watching it with my eyes, open wide, and he's talking, and you're not even aware of the fact you're blinking, but because I was so focused on it, I couldn't make it that long.
Well, I barely made it to 17 seconds and I wasn't even talking. Like I was rushing it at the end.
Yeah, same.
I've had cataract surgery in both eyes, and I even had one of the my right eye was a little bit. If I closed my left eye and try to look, it was a little bit fuzzy or soft.
Mm.
And he said there was a coating on the inside that they took it out. They took that thing out with a laser. It took about 15, 20 seconds. And but I can't go 10 seconds without blinking. I mean, I'm not going to call me blinker because I know some people go like this all the time, and it's just, that drives me nuts. But
Well, did you know that they've just come out with blinker fluid?
that was bad. I mean,
I pulled that right out of my database.
That's grade school, maybe junior high school level humor, but okay.
There's this, well, we have a certain decorum and class and Savoy fare and
all the rest of the shit that goes with it, huh?
Yeah, all of that stuff. The swave and deboner.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to maintain a certain thing here, but let me just do a quick check on everybody. It looks like the buffering thing is kind of coming and going. I'm not sure where that's actually coming from, but given the state of the shit that's been going on in the last week, I'd like, we were talking about Rumble just crashed Thursday night because everybody was going, oh, we're going to get us some of that. And they just got overwhelmed. And that's good because that means they'll have to go make more to avoid that problem. Oh, and just like that,
I think Dan Bongino said he had 240,000, which is quite a bit. We lost Robert. Was he abducted?
Yeah,
by
probably just for a
aliens?
minute.
Oh,
Come on back, Robert. All is forgiven.
He's trying.
He's very trying.
yeah.
Loading.
You got it, Jim. That was a Jim joke, that one.
again, this is the second,
Hey,
maybe
doesn't it
third
get
time
quiet
where I
when
got
Robert's not?
I got the little window popped up and said, no internet connection, refresh.
Gee, it's quiet when Robert's not around, though, isn't it?
No camera.
You're definitely out this time.
Come
He
on
gone.
back, Robert.
He's got all the controls for the show too.
He might have
Yeah.
to hop out and come back.
He can't. He's the host.
Well, no, you
No, he can
can
go
on
out.
other ones. You can come out as long as there's people in there. It shouldn't. As long as there's people in here, it shouldn't close it down.
Anyway,
long as he doesn't
I
end
won't
the
be,
stream.
I won't be staying much longer anyhow because of my wife has got things she wants to do today. So
What time is
and I
it there?
promised her.
B.
The time now is 18 minutes after the hour of 12 midday.
Oh, okay.
It's we're in the PM now.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ's sake,
We can
yeah.
but we can't see you.
Isn't that wonderful?
You can't see me?
No.
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 I can see me.
We can hear you.
got
You
three
sound
little-
fine. You
yeah,
just got.
three little purple dots going right across the screen.
That's right.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
it's trying to load.
Give it a
just
second.
little
Yes.
loading icon.
Yeah, I think
thing
there's a
going on.
loading thing, so you can still
And there's
hear
a lot
me,
of
though,
echo
right?
too happening.
Yep, we can still hear you good. Just can't see you.
I think it's still linked to the what you had up there running the future casts.
Oh, he's
Um,
gone.
They no, that Clay has closed that.
Yeah, I closed that. That was me
Um,
sharing the screen on that one.
Yeah, so you can hear me, but you can't see me.
Yeah.
Well,
It says it can display the camera and mic.
that is not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, promises.
Well, Jim, why don't you tell everybody what we're going to talk about tomorrow on Midwest Night Watchers?
Ooh,
We're going to talk
yes.
about bullies, and you have everything you need, or you need anything more?
Well, I figured we will just have you screen share and go through your slide presentation.
Okay.
Unless you want to send them to me, then I can do it.
Yeah, I'll put something together probably after the programs. The shit show's over. I mean, the Geezer Geeks is
Isn't
over.
it strange? We never had this problem on StreamYard.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm with you, B.
if you lean into that mic one more time, I'm going to make sure
Oh.
you don't have to lean into it.
Oh
next
shit,
time.
we got.
Hey,
his
there you are.
face. He showed
Now
up.
you're back.
Oh my! Hey, the mic's way over there, mate. It's way over there.
We can see
I know,
you
but
again.
every time you lean in, you get louder and you distort a little bit.
Yeah, you give it. You've got that creepy Aussie uncle thing going on.
Oh right. Okay. Creepy. Okay.
We can-
Well,
Anyway,
I think
won't be
that-
staying.
I
I
think-
won't be staying much longer now because I promised to take my wife out this afternoon. So
Oh well, you do have your priorities because
yeah.
I think it was Jim that asked you a question that you never answered about what you got on your birthday.
What? Oh, I didn't hear that. What do I do? Well,
Well, he
well,
asked you, but well, he asked you. What would you ask him, Jim?
Ask him what?
What if he got something
had
for his
forgot.
birthday? You asked him. You asked him, did he get something for his birthday specifically?
No,
You asked him. You said, did you get laid?
Oh. Well, I'm not going to tell you guys. I mean, I respect my wife. I really do. And
in other words,
I'll tell you something else too.
he can't remember that far.
Remember it.
That's a
No,
no.
no,
That's a
I'm
no.
just bloody scared to say, mate. I mean, Jim may be married to a Nazi, mate, but I'm married to a kung fu kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm married to a 100% German. Yeah. And I refer to as my little Nazi.
That's
She
what I
just
said.
laughs. Yeah.
Oh dear.
So,
Well, I've got got another piece on this topic, because the one thing I do appreciate about the conversations we have among the geeks, and then the esteemed geezers of geek, is that there's a richer perspective. There's more experience, anecdotal information and evidence, stories. And talk about stories. I mean, fucking Jungle Jim down there drops a story every time his mouth opens. And so we know the importance.
All the time.
Which what's on my point is, thank you. The stories are rich. They are got a lot of variety, a lot of different components, things that make you go, well, God, I wouldn't have known about that perspective if you hadn't shared it with me.
Yeah.
And that's what we do, in spite of the stuff that we have to talk about, and actually because of the stuff we have to talk about and want to talk about. It's worth pondering. It's worth looking at and throwing on the nugget on the table and spinning it around and see, what it runs into. And there is a very eclectic experience set among the esteemed extraordinary league of geezers here. Am I wrong? I mean, there's a lot of different perspectives and lives and experiences that are represented here among this
Oh, God, yeah.
this group of geezers. And I don't think that there's enough of that, in my opinion, going down. And doesn't hurt that, being a geezer with a lot of stuff to say about this and that, then being able to do that is something that, I mean, if you think about it, Jim and Terry, we all went back, and Clay, I know you had the same experience. You, at some point, you were going to places to have, to get together with someone to talk, to have a conversation. You were going to a bar, to barbecue, to somebody's house for dinner or something, right? And that was kind of how we all we navigated through the circumstances and those opportunities, and we created experiences, lived experiences that we then stored, and now we have the benefit of hindsight and introspection, retrospection.
Running off at the mouth.
That is very important. I have found it to be, if you're not making sure that the mouth is running, then the thoughts are only in your head. And, sometimes you gotta let those, in fact, most of the time, you got to let the thoughts out. Because if you don't let the thoughts out and you see where they go, then you won't have an idea of that. It's like your own radar system. You ping shit to see what I'm going to say. This ding. Whoa, I'm not going to dial that back. Oh, look, that worked out really well.
I think the difference too, that in our generation, we didn't have virtual friends, virtual reality friends. I mean, we had the art of conversation where you actually looked somebody in the eye, face to face, and we didn't unfriend them. We smacked them in the nose. If you stepped out of line, you got a size 12 boot up the ass and the clip across the ear.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I-
basically, what you're saying is that discipline, boundaries, lanes, conditions, appropriate this, that, and other as it relates to your conduct and your interaction with everything else that you're interacting and transacting with. A set of rules, a set of things that kind of make you go, if I do it, if I go engage with this and I know how it works and I go about it this way to get the thing that I want with the least amount of friction, there seems to be a system, a way, a process that enables me to do that. And when you master that, or at least when you become at least an adept, right, at that, whatever that skill set is, it's some experiencing shit. I mean, it feels really good. It's like Jim. Man, this guy is the epitome of getting a focus and living it to the fullest that he could and going after being in that environment. All of the shenanigans and stuff aside, we all know, and there's plenty more to come on the next storyline of Jim Goodall. But the fact that those things, you could share those images and those thoughts and those experiences is like, yeah, I'm always richer when I talk to Jim.
I mean, I'm the only guy in my neighborhood to have flown the B-2 simulator at Whiteman Air Force Base. I think I'm the only person in my neighborhood who's been 400 feet deep in a ballistic missile submarine with 100 hydrogen bombs on board. And I'm an Air Force guy, not a Navy guy. I've landed an aircraft carrier, catapulted off an aircraft carrier. I sat next to Buzz Aldrin for lunch here not too long ago, and I look at what I've done, and the one thing I'm always thinking about what I'm going to do next, and that's where sort of Belize sort of fell into that vacant desire, if you want to call it that, of to do something crazy, and. Robert's seen it's a 2-minute 45-second puff piece on what we want to do as a group, and we want to do a series much like Curse of Oak Island. I mean, they've been digging down a hole 185 feet or whatever it is. That maybe something was buried there 100 years ago, 200 years ago, however. Well, we're sitting on a city with 5 pyramids on 305 acres in the middle of the Belize jungle that hasn't been pillaged or excavated. And it's also, we believe this could be we believe this is the largest pyramid complex in all of Belize, if not all of Mesoamerica. And it's just been fascinating. I mean, not that I'm the only person in my neighborhood that been trekking through the jungles of Belize. I mean,
it'll be even more fascinating, Jim, if they find something significant, in art form or pottery and stuff like that as well,
The infamous Bob Lazar, who did reverse engineering on alien spacecraft, and he came out and was the first whistleblower. George Knapp from KLAS in Las Vegas did all his interviews. I knew Bob before he went to work out in the desert, and he didn't believe in UFOs at the time. So I mean, I've been just blessed with meeting some of the more interesting people, and the craziest person was John Lear. I mean, his dad brought Learjet to the world. He's at the time of his death, about a year and a half ago, he was 79, which that's what I'm at. He still held 16 FAI World Aviation records that will probably never be broken. He flew around the world solo in his dad's Learjet on his 16th birthday. And those are the type of people I've sort of fallen into. I mean, look at this crew. I mean, that's what all my wives and most of my girlfriends have been saying forever. You don't have any normal friends. I said, normal people are incredibly boring. I mean, I like the. I've been here for 11 years in Tucson. I know my neighbors. I say hi to them. I don't have anything to do with them. We have one couple that we do something with, and the only guy that we shared the same interest had the nerve to die on me last year. So I have literally no friends, which is normal. I've always been a loner, and the people that I've decided to bring into my circle all have crazy ass things they've done or want to do. But we're all of us. I think the most common characteristic is we like to play outside the box, or we like to
We're
step over the
misfits.
lines.
Misfits, Jim.
Uh,
Misfits.
And we do with the unexpected. When I met with the village elders on the first evening that we were trying to convince them that we were the right people to do the excavation, they were dumbfounded that a 70-year-old guy is here, and he's been climbing up in the pyramids on that earlier that day. And I want to be. I don't want to make a name for myself for being an old guy who does a lot of things, but people say, why are you doing that? Why don't you just sit back and relax? I said, if you quit moving and you plop your ass down, you're gonna rust. And when you rust, you're gonna die. And I'm gonna go out with my hair on fire, running naked through the White House when I'm 105 years old. I mean, that's what my goal is.
I like
and
to
I'm
see that.
and I'm going to do it. I mean, I'm for my age and the shit I put in my body, and who knows what I put my dick into all throughout my life. It's pretty. I want to get into that. I mean, I shudder to think I couldn't do it today. I would have been dead. But I was free white and over 21 when neither sex, drugs, or rock and roll would kill you. And I'm blessed for that. And I'm blessed with a good memory. And I'm blessed by the small handful of people I brought into my life. The Geezer Geeks are a segment of what I look forward to. I knew the moment I met Robert on Mr. B's program, I knew instantly that I was going to like the son of a bitch. There was, yeah, you are a son of a bitch, but that's okay. So am I. That's what makes you my friend. I know thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people know me, but they don't know who I am. And I can count the people that I'm close to on my hands. Not counting family members. I mean, my son will always be there, and my daughter probably. But my I have a few very, very dear friends, and I'm blessed with that. I know people who die at an old age that really say they really don't anybody that they said what they would say, he's my friend. And I can say that. And my best friend, we've been friends since September 9th, 1962. He was in room 12 in building 296 at Lowry Air Force Base, Denver, Colorado. And I was a wet behind the ears 17-year-old kid that was terrified of women. And he fixed me.
And
He
what's
corrected that.
changed?
He corrected that deficiency in my personality.
What you're actually saying
Thanks.
is he corrupted you.
Yeah,
Pay
I'm
for the
thinking.
first hooker.
I'm thinking that
No,
there
no,
was probably that was a mutual thing going on, some kind of synergetic thing.
He's,
Clay, I sent a couple of other links. Do you see those?
Yeah, I got one ready to go.
Is it the first one or the second one I sent
The
you?
first one.
Well,
Let's,
listen, before you guys play that, I'm going to depart because I promised my wife.
Oh yeah,
We'll do
he's
it.
got sunshine down where he is. We got dark clouds and stuff.
Hey, it's
Storm.
middle of winter and it is like summer outside, believe it or not. Yeah. But I've got to go. I've got to go. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. I
Mr. B,
enjoy it.
take
Always
care.
do enjoy it. You
Thank
too,
you, B.
James. Yeah,
my be-
Gerald,
get-
Clay,
Have a good day.
guys, and
Adios.
thank you, Robert, for having me on there. We'll catch up again very shortly. Okay.
Yep, sounds
All
great.
right.
Have a good one.
Have a good
Bye
one.
bye now, everybody.
Take
Thank
care.
you, everybody. Bye bye now.
All right.
It's
Well,
almost like the poem 10 Little Indians.
yeah. Well, now we can actually have a conversation. We can talk about some shit. We can talk trash about B.
You gonna play it?
Now you already
Um,
had this marked, right?
Yeah, it should start
Okay, yeah.
right at it.
Yeah.
So this is I want to do two clips that kind of wrap up what we first started talking about, which was this event. I think these two clips do a nice summation of this event.
You
And
should have
then
heard Dan Bongino. You should have heard Dan Bongino's.
I
piece
bet
after
he
it.
just lit up.
Oh, yeah, but
So anyway, so I've got two clips. One's Gutfeld, the other is Carlson. And then I've got some Praveen Mohan and some Newman.
Uh-oh. Not again.
did he lose his internet connection?
I think so.
He should move back to America. Oh, it's New Mexico, not Old Mexico.
Oh.
Robert, are you there? We see the box.
See, even the cartel has better internet connection than that.
Yeah. Oh, he's probably stealing off his neighbor's router.
Stealing internet from your neighbor.
Yeah, we love you, Robert, if you can hear us.
You know, they say geezers like to pinch pennies. I'm sure that happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I sold real estate on Whidbey Island for 8 years. And I had a builder was looking at not a builder, he had been a builder and he was looking to buy this one house. But he said, "Where's the water meter?" He wanted to know if he was on well or whatever. I said, "No, it's on a community water system." So we go looking for the meter. There isn't one. And we find the main pipe coming into service his house. And we start following it. He put a tone thing on it, whatever. Going back, it was connected to his neighbor's spigot and had been for over 8 years.
Oh my gosh.
So his neighbors were getting charged for all his usage. And I know there was a lawsuit after that. I don't know what happened. Oh shit, he came back.
You can try all you want to get rid of me, but that's just not going to happen. All right, so I'm back. Thank you. You've got it loaded up there, right, Clay?
Yep.
I can't see it in the studio, but I can see it on the channel. Okay. I think. No, I've got to see yours.
Ready to go as soon as
Yeah, go ahead and fired up.
Calm down. So how bad was Joe at the debate last night? It was so bad that Joy Reid lost more hair. It was so bad Jimmy Carter watched the debate and said, wow, that guy's almost dead. It was so bad Hillary's already writing her acceptance speech and Joe's suicide note. It was so bad Nancy Pelosi's face unfroze. Joe was so bad Vladimir Putin denied poisoning him. It was so bad Joe Biden thought St. Peter was the moderator. That's good. Not done. We're not done. It was so bad Joe Biden thought he saw his dead relatives and his uncle asked, why did you say I was eaten by cannibals? It was so bad Democrats were seen in California at a cemetery digging up Dianne Feinstein. It was so bad Anthony Fauci blamed it on bat soup. It was so bad Rachel Levine transitioned to a Republican. It was so bad that a CNN poll found that 67% of voters believed Trump had won. The other 33% thought they were watching the first episode of Dead Apprentice. It was so bad Jerry Nadler put his colostomy bag at half-mast. It was so bad that Andrew Cuomo put himself in a nursing home. It was so bad that ABC sent grief counselors to The View and the cast ate them. Finally, it was so bad that even Kamala Harris is worried that Kamala Harris might be president. All right. Those were fun. Okay. All right, come along. It was the debate that sealed Joe's fate. It was way worse than they could ever imagine. They being the media, of course, but not you. You saw it coming, especially if you've been watching this show. So while the media pushes the panic button, you weren't shocked in the least because we told you the truth. President Biden headed to Camp David today to begin preparing for his debate with Donald Trump. Here's his car pulling into the camp. As you've heard, to prepare for the debate, the president has been sequestered since last week. He doesn't mind. He thinks he's a juror on the OJ trial. It's kind of weird that a president is disappearing an entire week to prepare for a 90-minute debate. But his staff defended the move, pointing out that it takes 2 years to teach a baby to talk. To reduce distraction, CNN has declared Thursday's debate will have no live audience and only one live candidate. Now, what if you weren't watching us and watching them? This is what the liars were feeding you.
Are you going nuts? Look, the reason I came on the Jimmy Kimmel Show is because I'm not.
Sir, thank you so much for being here. I'm proud to say I voted for him dozens of times. Thank you for coming, sir. I'm honored to have you here. A pleasure to have you here.
Good to be here, man.
When you have sensitive documents and you need to flush down the toilet, do you do that? Is that done in your office toilet or is that done in the bathroom, in the personal bathroom area?
You've co-opted Dark Brandon. Do you enjoy playing around with the Dark Brand meme?
No, I resent the hell out of it.
Okay.
I haven't seen useful idiots like that since I hired Fox and Friends to move my couch. So now you know who's been lying to you, feeding you a choreographed manipulation of a decayed and dying man. We knew, they knew. But what of the casual observer, the apolitical American who, like millions, started tuning into the race at the debate stage? You know, after assuming for years Joe Biden was actually the president, we now know he's not. They finally see with their own eyes what Biden is really like. You know, it must be like running into a once capable friend on the street that you haven't seen in years, and he's unrecognizable, a drug addict, homeless wreck. You just assumed he was fine all along, but no, he's a hopeless, drooling wretch. How shocked and horrified you must be, and angry too. How did you not know? But here, you weren't just lied to, you were shielded from the lie. They covered Joe up like he was a grisly crime scene. And when you wondered why they blocked the release of the audio of the Hur report, well, you're just a conspiracy freak. They told you, of course, he's fine, the best ever, especially behind closed doors. Well, yes, if they were the doors to a morgue. Those doors were removed last night, and it didn't just expose Joe, it exposed all those who covered up this scandal. Listen to these co-conspirators.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden is the best Biden ever.
President Biden has a photographic memory.
He is sharp, intensely probing, and detail-oriented and focused.
He's totally focused. He's very sharp.
They say he's sharp in meetings.
He's completely in possession of his faculties, very lucid, very well informed.
He's totally with it, totally sharp.
That was then. This is now.
Is it time for him to step down? That window is not completely closed. What all of us saw last night, the inability to complete sentences, the inability to make easy layups.
I don't believe he's our best choice at this point. I don't believe he's the right man right now.
That was painful. I love Joe Biden. I work for Joe Biden. He didn't do well at all. He did not do well at all.
Hey, Joe Biden looks like the caricature that conservative media has been painting. And there were no clips tonight, right? This was, you saw it before your eyes.
Well, there goes your cheap fake. And Chucky, it was never a caricature. No one painted it. It was real. The only caricature is you pretending to be a journalist. It's funny. The media is acting like a guy waking up from an acid trip to find out he's buck naked. They're just waking up to the fact now that Joe's unfit to be president. Where the hell have they been? What have they been doing? It's so bad even Kamala couldn't manage a cackle. Was there a slow start, Kamala?
Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people.
The only strong finish was in his pants. I don't know what that means. Joe had a slow start. That somehow implies that A, he started, and B, there was an improvement. But if there was any time Kamala should have laughed, that was then, because the joke is on us, even though there's nothing funny about her becoming president. It raises a question. Have these lied to us all along? Was this all just a setup, a well-calculated plan to move the debate up to the earliest it's ever been to expose Joe's incapacity and get him out of the way and fast without a primary so they can pick whoever they want? Or did they just believe an incoherent, dementia-ridden man was preferable to Trump and they didn't care how unsafe that made our country? Was holding on to power more important than a safe and secure country? Did they hate Trump more than they loved America? They us, seriously, and you should be pissed. I've asked this question many times. If Trump is such a threat to democracy, a dictator in the making, why are they putting up a candidate against him like Joe, someone who's a danger to himself and to our country? Was this the plan all along? But leave it to Morning Breath's resident dolt to still hold out hope.
I think it is absolutely possible to correct this. Moments are fleeting. TV can be vapor when the next moment arrives, but I think it can be done. I really do. It's been done before. This is about us. And if you look at Joe Biden as the candidate right now, who had a horrible night last night, in a way, he reflects us much more than the other candidate. Everyone's focused on last night. If this continues, there's a problem. but it should not leave us speechless thinking this is over.
Oh, poor, sweet, naive Mika. It's over. But you're... All right, stop. Run out of time. But you're also careless and stupid for thinking otherwise. This isn't about the election. It's about right now until the election. We don't have a president. We know this. But now so does the whole world. We are now exposed to outside forces, including adversaries who realize we are without a leader. Who's running the country? Can you honestly say who? I can't. And whoever it is, could it actually be worse than Biden? What if it is? If there's anything we learned, don't underestimate the Democrats.
So, wait a minute. Where am I? How come I'm not there?
good.
Me? Where's me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Just can't see where. Oh, there it is. Jesus. Well,
oh, shit. We can see you.
Yeah, well, that was a price you paid for admission. So
Well,
what
if I
did you
knew-
guys think
If I
of
knew it was
Greg's-
that big of a price, I'd have said, fuck it.
So what did you guys think of Greg's assessment?
Spot on. I loved it. And I love it when the opposition has to eat crow. Even if it's even if it's roadkill,
Well,
So-
I thought he did an excellent job, as he usually does. He's a great writer. He's a great personality. I enjoy his intellect. He's like a smarter Bill Maher. But even Bill dropped it hard on Biden last night. And I mean, everybody's doing the big dump. One of the things that I did check, because of the artistic content that I create in the space I inhabit, I have a lot of artistic friends. And in case you haven't,
autistic or artistic.
that too. In fact, there's a lot of crossover going on there.
Yeah, probably.
But I checked they've been, very vocal, and occasionally I'll step in and just kind of drop something and ask a question, and the flood comes. How can you? It's always the Trump with the little T, big R, and then UMP, and just, going after, throwing bomb after flamethrower. And I checked yesterday and today, and all their pages are quiet. They haven't posted shit for 2 or 3 days. The brave ones, the ones that are trying to hold on to that which just ain't, are they're posting all thing. He's got our back, so we've got his. Okay. Let's see how that goes for you. What do you think?
I think I read probably 50 responses on X last night, shortly after the whatever you want to call it, the slaughter was over, and what wasn't shown, a lot of people missed it, is when everything was over. So, they ushered Trump to go off to one side. Biden standing there with Jill. He didn't know what to do. She can't get him. And then some other gentleman came in and told him to move. And then when he was taking the steps down, like a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old.
Well, that was that's the immediately after the debate, that footage of Jill helping him down, and it was apparently just one step, because that's all I saw him take.
No, I think
and he had to turn sideways and just kind of reach down to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I have had to do that when I was injured, but I don't have to take steps like that now. So let's Clay, I sent you one more link.
Yep, I got it.
And it should be the Tucker Carlson?
No, you sent me one with scrolls.
Yeah, I sent you another one after that, and that's the one that I'd like you to pull up.
I don't see another one.
Let's see. Where am I?
Do you turn into a communist lefty telling lies and wanting us to believe it?
I got the.
It's in the studio. It's in the studio chat. It looks like it's not
Did
directly.
the future forecasting one. Oh, there we go. Oh, I didn't scroll down far enough.
Okay, so just as a little preface on this, again, going back to the thing that makes me really get engaged, which is oddly enough why we do the Geezer Geeks, because it's like Jim said, like B said, you know, we don't we put whatever stuff might be out there and we go and poke around at it, and it can be complete bullshit. And half of us can be full of shit and the other half can be spot on. But we just put it up there and go, well, let's see where it ends up. And that is the lost.
This is the only time I can have a conversation with people I enjoy having a conversation with. That's not Rosemary. I mean, I love my wife. I'll do anything for her, but a lot of times I tell her 100 times a day I love her, because I do. But it's different. I mean, I'm in with my peers. I'm in with people I enjoy and I appreciate, and I like that. And I don't have it locally, but I have it here. So for that, I'm grateful.
Well, you should be, because if you weren't, we wouldn't let you on here to have a good time.
Well, then fuck you then. I like this Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, let's Clay, if you can do the full screen on the video there.
Yep, definitely.
And so this is, you know, it's interesting that Assange has been released, and I haven't even mentioned the 2 Supreme Court decisions yesterday that are like serious smacks in the already existing dumpster fire in a train wreck.
Definitely.
But this is Tucker's down, so you get Assange's home. Tucker be down there, and I didn't think about it. We could have asked B what he thought about this, but Assange's home in Australia, and Tucker's down there doing this tour. And it's funny watching some of the folks on the antithetical side of his position and on whatever. I'm not even sure what the fuck he is. He's kind of wandering all over the wonder and picking up the good nuggets and kind of putting them together, in my opinion. But he's down there in Australia, and the folks that are anti-Tucker are saying, oh, there's like hardly anybody there. And then they've got these big cameras, zoom outs from him on the stage out to this massive audience down there in Australia. So this is his comments after the debate.
But I watched CNN today, and they had the presidential debate, the U.S. presidential debate. And maybe some of you saw it. And if you did, well, it was amazing. It was amazing on every level. But what was especially amazing was afterward, they went to the panel of assembled Democratic operatives posing as journalists, and all of them were like shocked to discover that Joe Biden has dementia. Like, they couldn't believe it. What? Oh my gosh. He's non-compos mentis. No way. Are you serious? And I'm thinking to myself, what year is it? 2024-ish? Middle-aged people identify with that? Okay, 2024, people are saying. It was 2019 that I heard from a friend of mine who was friends with his sister, Val, that the family was very upset because Joe has dementia and he's running for president. And, well, I said this on TV, by the way, at the time, and was denounced as a racist or something. I mean, everything in the United States, like, that's just like the all-purpose term for shut up. Racist. It's like, I think he's white. Shut up, racist. Okay. Anyway, but his sister had told a friend of mine, like an actual friend of mine, one of my neighbors, that the family was upset and that his son sadly had passed away. By the way, not in Iraq fighting a war for freedom, but of cancer. I don't think he's aware of that. But sad. and that the family was convinced he needed to kind of get it out of his system by running for president. But of course, no one's going to like make Joe Biden the nominee because we had Pete Buttigieg for that, who's now it's a joke. But at the time, they were like, people are going to love Pete Buttigieg. He's incompetent, but he's gay. Great. And then people were like, what? No. So they had to go to Joe Biden, and he actually became the nominee and then somehow became the president. But it was obvious the whole time that he had no idea where he was, and that it was cruel, and that his grasping, horrible wife, who like poses as a doctor, was pushing this so she could go to state dinners. And everyone knew this. Like, there's not one person who didn't know this. And when you travel outside our borders, you know, people are always so nice about other people's countries. Like, they don't attack you to your face. And obviously, I'm the most American person who's ever lived, and I love my country, and I'm going to die there and would die for it without even thinking. That's how much, and I mean that. So everyone wants to be polite to you about your country. And when, like, if I ever went to New Zealand, I wouldn't mention Jacinda Ardern or what, you know what I mean? That would be rude. I wouldn't say like, oh, that retarded girl with the teeth, is she here? You know, I wouldn't. That would be, no, I wouldn't. Because that's not something a guest says, right? You're in someone else's, you know, you're having dinner at someone's house, like the food is appalling. Oh, it's so good. You know what I mean? But even given the high standards of politeness offered to foreigners in foreign lands, everywhere I've traveled around the world for the past 4 years, and there's been a lot of countries, people are like, so Joe Biden, how is he? He certainly does. Like, everybody knows, because they have, I can't remember, the internet, and it has video on it, and it takes about 15 seconds to determine the leader of the most powerful country in the world with this mass nuclear arsenal involved in 2 simultaneous wars doesn't know what day it is. And that's really scary. But if you come to the United States and you're in the media envelope, this like fake world created by this disinformation specialists who run our media, that's never mentioned at all. It's like everyone pretend, it would literally be like everyone pretending Jacinda Ardern is like a legitimate person, which they may have done in New Zealand. I wasn't there. You know what I mean? Where people say, oh, that's the prime minister. What? It's ridiculous, actually. But everyone sort of plays along like it's not happening. And this is the whole Emperor's New Clothes story is based on this phenomenon, which is a very human phenomenon. But for the media today to be like, wow, we just got the diagnosis. This is shocking. He can't run for president. Kind of either they're really stupid, like too stupid to breathe unaided, or they're liars. They're truly dishonest. They're hiding the obvious from you. And I'm betting on the latter, but even more amazing was the response to that. So remember that our media are not just observers of reality or describers of reality, people who bring you the story first on the scene. No, they're the gatekeepers to reality. You don't know what the world looks like except through them. Like, they are the pipeline through which all information flows. And in the United States, they're political actors. They work for a political party, in effect, if not officially. Like, they all work for the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party, and I think this is probably true here, has one mission this season, which is to save democracy, which is gravely in peril, you may have heard, by Vladimir Putin, who is ending our democracy somehow. And don't laugh. What are you Putin lovers? Anyway, yeah, okay. That's fine, I don't care. It's not my president. You can love anyone you want, as far as I'm concerned, because I believe in, the autonomy of man. You can have your own opinions. But the point is, in my country, and probably here, the self-described mission of everyone in the media is to save democracy. And democracy, simply defined, is the idea that the people own their country. It's their country, and they hire people to represent them. But fundamentally, they are shareholders in this enterprise. They're owners. They're not serfs. They're not renting it. This isn't a rental car. It's your car. You change the oil in it because it belongs to you, right? And that's what citizenship is. And so in a democracy, you don't have to do everything the majority wants every moment. But over time, if what you're doing bears no relationship to what the majority wants, then you know for a fact it's not democracy. And, you can try to convince people of things. You can say, well, you want this, but I think you should want that, and here's why. But you can't ignore them, or else it's not a democracy. It's an oligarchy. And you see yourself as the owner, and they're the tenants, the serfs, the renters, and you can just do whatever you want. It doesn't matter what they think. So that's the most anti-democratic attitude possible, right? That attitude is the enemy of democracy. And all of a sudden today, these defenders of democracy are like, well, obviously Joe Biden's got Alzheimer's and he's super unpopular. He can't win. Therefore, we need to replace him. And it's like, wait a second. He was already elected in the biggest landslide ever. I don't know if you knew that. Like, he got over 1 billion votes, in our country. He got more votes than Black Jesus. And because he's just so unbelievably popular, people just love Joe Biden. It was a landslide, literally a landslide in 2020. And that gives him the authority to do whatever he wants, whether you like it or not, because so many of your neighbors voted for him. You don't know their names, but it happened, okay? It happened. It's sort of like COVID deaths. You never actually met anybody who died of it, but millions did die. Everybody voted for Joe Biden except you, so shut up. So he has this mandate, this moral mandate to do literally whatever he wants, import 30 million people illegally, and you're not allowed to say anything about it, racist. And yet at the same time, and then Democratic primary voters, just like the other day in our system, the members of the party vote for their nominee. He's elected by his own party. People actually went to the polls, cast a ballot for him. But all of a sudden, because he might not win against the orange man, we need to take his job away from him by force and let the donors put someone in there who can beat the orange man, because that's democracy. And that made me start to think for the first time, maybe we're defining the word democracy a little differently. Maybe you've got a different understanding of what that means. Maybe you think democracy is when we do exactly what you and 8 of your friends want. That's what you think it is. Whereas I think democracy is when you do the will of the majority over time.
There I is. Am I there, gents?
Yep.
Are you there?
You are.
So what did you think of Tucker's little diatribe there? Jim,
That was
you're
right on.
muted. You're muted, Jim. Hold on.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can hear you now.
Oh, shit. Okay. I'll put it back on mute.
So Tucker had some things to say about what on earth is that? What did you guys think?
I love Tucker Carlson.
I need to step away just for 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right.
Time's up.
He's back.
No, he's. I think we had 70 million people on his first interview that he had when he started his Tucker Carlson channel, and I signed up for it. And I just absolutely love his interviews. He's out there in the woods of Vermont or New Hampshire. It's beautiful country up there.
Well, his take had some of the same elements that Gutfeld had, in my opinion, and there was a common theme about the fuckery afoot by those who have been afoot, who have had their feet in the stuff for not only too long. I mean, you can go to the whole swamp thing, and there's no doubt that you could not end up with a swamp with the system that the swamp is existing in. The system enables the swamp to be, and all that shit's broke. It's not, you can't fix it, you can't repair it, there's no replacement parts or aftermarket shit. It's all broken. It needs to be bulldozed.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be old, ornery, and crotchety, and otherwise, and feeling like those guys on Claymation's beautiful piece about getting off my lawn. In fact, there was a number of those images. A couple of those guys I really identified with. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but I was like, that one guy on his lawn that had that big bow, and he was like, "Wah." He had that look on his face like, you are not coming any closer.
Yeah.
So, G, what'd you think of Tucker?
Oh, I love Tucker also. I've always followed him, especially when he transitioned to his own channel. And, I was just thinking after we're talking about all this, how awesome would it be if Trump gets elected, then his one line that he gets to say is, "You're fired."
That would be classic. I mean, it would be legendary, and you'd go, well, guys, you didn't pay attention. You got sucked up and sucked in by all of the bullshit that you decided to follow, and look how that turned out for you. There is a literally across the board collapse of all of this narrative and bullshit. Jim, are you talking?
No, I'm
Oh,
trying
good.
to.
Well,
but you
let
won't
me
shut
finish,
up.
and then let me finish, and I might give you 10 seconds. So, my point is that watching, and that's one of the things I really enjoyed about Greg's presentation of the data. That stuff where what's his name, Joe Morning Breath, whatever that guy is, and he did that thing. Press record. Listen to what I'm going to tell you. This is the best Biden ever. That was a week ago. And to have that, and to have a complete, I mean, this isn't 180 degrees. This is 360 spun around a few times. It's like, are you kidding me? This is, it was really, and as I said earlier in the beginning, I'm not sure how much of it is they just didn't think it through, and they thought it would be bad, but I think it even exceeded their own expectations, whoever they are that are doing, the stuff. Because
I don't think you're
like
capable.
Greg,
I don't think you're capable.
Yeah, and Greg and both Tucker called out the whole idea that these people are running this shit. And the idea that there are people running this shit has been known for those who've been paying attention for a decade or two or more. But there's a whole class of normies that are just now popping into the scene. And this is like their first peek behind the curtain. I think they're kind of going, holy shit. I mean, that was so blatantly in your face, microdose kind of experience. It was that like, I can't believe they actually let this happen. But then, as I said, it seems to me like it was planned and it had a purpose, and that was what was going to happen all along. But I do think that it exceeded their own expectations because it exceeded mine.
It's always been, where one side or the other takes pokes at the other side, just like we saw tonight, it had a little comedy, a little humor in it, it was all truthful, but they still kind of spun it a little bit. But at the end of the day, how sad is that we're actually witnessing this in a great nation like us, and we have this happening to us.
It's pretty, it certainly can be extremely deflating. But I got to tell you, I am a red-blooded American-born male of Irish, English, and German descent. And I was raised, my parents came over. My grandparents were the second generation that came over from the countries. And Midwest, I was raised on cornbread and gravy and collard greens. And I'm telling you, that whole, there was an integrity, a respect, an authenticity, and responsibility that was inherent because of the environment that they were in, and their attitude that they took to go be responsible for themselves and to do the best that they could. And that required some discipline. My Grandma Kelly, we would have, this is my mom's mother, we would have these holiday meals. So they'd pull out these those expandable tables that you would see in a cafeteria or something. She had a couple of those and spread that out, and it would all family style. So we had this incredible spread of everything. And as much as I love her, her oatmeal was, you could build a house with it. And I could not eat that as much as she gave it to me. But she cooked the incredible, all other stuff. Well, we'd sit there. I remember this. I'm experiencing it right now, remembering it. Sitting at the table, that's the big, I think there's, I don't know, 12 people all around these tables and great big bowls of mashed potatoes and chicken and turkey and all kinds of stuff. And I grabbed the fork because Grandma always had shit laid out, grabbed the fork. I think it was a potato salad. I'm not sure, but I went for the big bowl with my fork. And all of a sudden there was a fork stuck in the back of my hand. And I went, and she looked at me and she said, "You know better than that. You don't use your personal utensils in the family bowl." And I think I still have the scar from that, but at least psychologically, because it's cottage cheese. I think that's what it was, cottage cheese. But that whole kind of awareness of your what's going on and what you're inhabiting is really important, that people kind of take it for granted, I think. I don't know. Clay, what do you think?
Social media ruined it. It ruined the family life that like I knew as a kid. You know, we played outdoors till it got dark. We drank out of garden hoses. You know, if we wrecked our bike, our mom told us where the Band-Aids were. It was just a different life back then. And I think maybe it's part of my generation's problem that the kids are the way they are because our parents were hard on us. So in turn, we were a little easier on our kids. And on top of that, they grew up their whole life on social media. From the time they were raised till now, they've had a tablet or the internet or a video game or a phone stuck to their face their whole life. They don't know what life was like before, social media or before the internet. I think it still is a big problem with what's going on right now.
I completely agree, and I think that it's actually becoming a pandemic. The attachment to the digital device that is basically the world in your pocket.
I lived in Waikiki for 4 years before I retired in 2013.
Is that where you got that tan?
Yeah. And here you're in this. I mean, it's very commercialized, but you're in Waikiki. You're in Hawaii. You go out on the beach, and it's a beautiful beach. You can see Diamond Heads over there. You can see the Hilton Lagoon. There's all sorts of sailboats out there and surfers and whatever. And they're running around everywhere like this. They may as well be in Newark or downtown Detroit than right in Waikiki or anywhere in Hawaii. And no matter where you look, I mean, it's, and I think the worst part of it, my daughter, that she lives on her cell phone. She can be talking to you and texting someone totally different about nothing you're even talking about. But I was taking Alicia, who was 15, Molly, my stepdaughter, who's 16, and then another girl somewhere. This is back in Minnesota. When I see my daughter, she's just texting out, just texting like hell and looking in the mirror and Molly's doing the same thing, and my stepdaughter. And finally, we get to where we're going. I said, who are you texting where we're going? Why we're heading to where we're going? He said, I was texting Molly. I said, she was in the back seat. You turned around and say, hey, Molly, what the hell is this? He said, oh, well, we're talking about the girl sitting next to you here. Oh, Jesus criminy. They've lost all sense of reality. They do not know how to deal with other live, in the flesh, meat sacks, human beings. They don't. And it is so incredibly sad. They don't have any people skills. Some of them do. The one I wish he hadn't gotten the trouble he got into, but that's another story. My grandson Warren was born on my birthday. Much to upsetting the hell out of my ex-wife, because I told her that that was going to happen. But he's just like his grandfather, me. He has a gift of gab. He's charming. He's a great salesman. He's been working at a Duluth Clothiers. They're in a suburb of Minneapolis, and all the customers love him because he's so charming. But that also gets him in trouble. But he's the exception. And my other grandson. Oh, that's Scarlett. What do you want? What do you want? Is it time for bed? Time for night? You want treat seat? So get a treat seat. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
Keep going. Oh, let's go. Come on.
Duty calls.
Clay, I dropped the next one. I'm kind of switching it up on you.
Yeah, no worries.
And I got to tell you, I don't know. So are you streaming it? Is it going through OBS or just through your mixer? Where are you streaming it from?
Just share
link
screen.
From
Just
YouTube?
Just the share screen. Yeah, just YouTube.
So you're doing the share screen and YouTube and that's the audio that's coming through, because both the Gutfeld and the all three of them that you played came through really nice on my end. Much better than it did when I was sharing it.
Okay.
All right, so I got that.
We're gonna wait for Jim to come back. So this one about the stone.
Yeah, I can't wait to see his reaction on this one. So, gents, while we're just here amongst ourselves and talking trash about Goodall, what are your thoughts on the format of the show tonight?
Loving it. Well, these last weeks for a month now, or however long we've been doing it, it's been great.
Yeah, I have to go. Someone was been firing a gun in the neighborhood, and Scarlett just going absolutely crazy, and I'm the only one who can calm her down.
So
it's been a fun evening, but I do have to run.
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, hey, actually, before you go, I've got a little 10-minute piece that I got up just for you. Can you watch that and then have a quick chat? You got 10 minutes?
No, not really. I mean, she's
okay. Well,
normally I would say yes, but
we'll send you the link afterwards. We're going to go ahead and play this.
All right.
And there's a whole bunch of things under the title of "What on Earth Is That?" And this is one of them.
All right.
Have a good night.
All right, Jim.
All right.
Have a good one. Okay.
10 little Indians.
So yeah, this is you guys know of Praveen Mohan?
Yes. I've seen his videos before, yeah.
He does some really good stuff in my opinion. So this is a temple. What's the title here? World's largest stone tablet reveals advanced ancient technology in Galapatha, Sri Lanka.
Oh.
Ready?
Yeah, light her up.
Hey guys, I'm in the ancient city of Polonnaruwa in Sri Lanka, and here we can see this gigantic stone artifact. It is nearly 27 feet long, 4.5 feet wide, and is made of one solid block of granite. There are many fascinating details about this, and archaeologists in Sri Lanka have not fully studied its secrets. To start with, this is the largest freestanding stone tablet in the world. It has 4,300 characters written on it, most of which are still readable today, even though it was created 800 years ago. The original name of this is not known, but is referred to as Galpota, which means a stone book. A few years ago, experts analyzed this rock and found something extraordinary. They found small traces of metal inside many of these inscribed letters and realized that molten metal was poured over this block. However, archaeologists have no idea why this was done. Why would ancient builders create a large stone block with inscriptions and then pour molten metal over it? Today, we are going to find the answer to this question. To understand this, I decided to make a small-scale model of what the ancient builders would have done. Imagine that this red wooden block is the large granite rock. Now, I'm punching my name on the face of the wooden block. This is similar to the inscriptions on the stone. After finishing the inscription, ancient workers poured molten metal over it, which would have solidified after some time. I decided to pour silicone paste on top of the writings, and let's just wait for it to solidify. Now, archaeologists have no idea why molten metal was poured on top of it, but ancient builders must have clearly had a good reason to melt metal and pour on top of the rock. After a few hours, the silicone paste has solidified, and now what should I do with this? My natural instinct is to use some force and separate the silicone from the block. And when I look at the face of the solidified silicone, I can see the mirror image of my name at a raised level. This is really fantastic. This is what the ancient builders would have done. The next step would be to put some kind of ink on top of this, and we can take any cloth and look at this. When I press the two together, I'm able to print my name. Now I can use this solidified silicone like a rubber stamp to print any number of times. Today, this technology is called block printing. We still use this on clothes, but you can see that ancient builders were using this printing technique at least 800 years ago. After pouring molten metal on the rock and waiting for it to solidify, they would have taken the metal plate out and used it as a stamp and printed enormous number of posters, banners, etc., and posted it around the city. But this raises an important question. What is the need to create the inscription on the rock? Why not just create the embossed stamp on the metal directly? Because the stone tablet was created as a master template with which many stamps or dies can be created. Using the stone tablet, many metal stamps would have been created by repeatedly pouring molten metal and then taking the solidified plates out. These metal plates would have been transported to various parts of Sri Lanka, and people would have then used large cloths as banners and created thousands of banners and would have placed them in nooks and corners. This centralized template system eliminates the possibility of spelling mistakes and grammatical errors that can creep in if individual metal plates were created separately. Today, governments use printers and are able to create a large number of propaganda material and post them to the nook and corner to influence or even brainwash people. What does the ancient inscription contain? It also contains 800-year-old government propaganda. If you look at what is written on it, it explains how the king must be respected and protected at all costs. It also warns people if they go against the king or reveal his secrets, they would be dead. It establishes a strict set of rules to be followed by everyone in his kingdom. This is why he created a centralized template which could be used in various parts of Sri Lanka. So, archaeologists are wrong in thinking that this is just an inscription for visitors to read. And they're also wrong about something much more important. They haven't analyzed the traces of molten metal on top of the rock, and they've simply assumed that this metal is iron. This is impossible because the melting point of iron is much higher than that of granite. If I pour molten iron on top of granite, the granite would actually melt and deform. The builders did not use iron. They used an alloy called ayas, mentioned in the ancient Hindu text called the Rig Veda. And you may think, this is Sri Lanka, not India, and this was created by a Buddhist king, not a follower of Hinduism. The truth is, Buddhists were actually Hindus. All these separations were created after European invasion. This is not just a theory because yes, this was created by a Buddhist king, but we can clearly see the Hindu goddess Lakshmi carved on both sides of the tablet. This is called Gajalakshmi, where the goddess is being flanked by elephants on both sides. And in ancient Hindu temples in India, we can see carvings of Lord Buddha. So the idea that Buddhism was a totally separate religion did not exist in ancient times. So you can see how ancient builders were using extraordinary printing technology. They first cut a large granite stone block, which is 27 feet tall, carefully wrote on it, and then created the alloy ayas and poured it on top of the rock. They created metal stamps and sent them to various parts of the island and then printed thousands of identical banners all across the country and placed them everywhere. I hope you like this video. I am Praveen Mohan. Thanks a lot for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and also click on the bell button to get all the updates. Please give this video a thumbs up and do share it with your friends. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
So, what'd you think of Praveen's little investigation there? G, what'd you think?
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, it just makes you wonder some of the stuff that you find even in the ground still and some of these other civilizations that we find, you know, were they used like that as a template or was it actually supposed to be displayed somewhere?
Right. I mean, it's interesting to me how much of it is just blatantly there, yet it is in whatever interpretation has been dropped on it has been the default answer. And then the more you look at it yourself and you use an objective, neutral perspective of analyzing the available data and looking for the nut of the nugget, then yeah, I mean, you start seeing things like what Praveen and the guy over at Mars Anomalies and Bruce Sees All, the Future Forecasting Group, the Tucker Carlsons, the Greg Gutfelds, the Russell Brands, the Alex Jones, all of them that have been tarred and feathered and kicked out of the nest have landed upright and are even better than they were under the established corporate mechanistic bullshit.
Yeah.
And I
What
don't
they-
know. I'm
when-
thinking
I think
I'm
when
thinking
corp-
that's pretty straight ahead. What do you say, Clay?
When corporations and networks dropped these guys, they thought, I think they thought in their own mind, well, we're going to drop them. Everybody else is going to blacklist them. They're going to pretty much just fade away. Instead, they start their own podcasts and they turn out to be bigger than the networks they worked for.
And they wield their own brand, their own content, and they set up their own gig. They are branding themselves, and their content generates a lot more revenue on their own than what they got in the standard model.
And I like how that guy explained it too. He's like, they couldn't have used iron because the melting point of iron is higher than granite, so it would have deformed the granite.
Right.
And I think people are like, oh, how did they do that back then? And they didn't have the tools to do it. Humans, if humans want to do something, they're gonna do it. We're very, resourceful. If we want something done, we'll do it.
We do have a track record of that. What do you think, G?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just like I said before about the civilizations, I mean, what if the Rosetta Stone that we found buried was really a template to explain or the languages from one culture to another, and it wasn't really something that was displayed in a temple? Maybe it was a template like that.
Yeah, something that got duplicated and passed around, and
Yeah, so everybody could decipher and figure out the languages from one culture to another, but all saying the same thing.
There
And
is,
really, just like that video we just watched, that's really a blockchain because you had an original and you spread it out and you went back to the original source.
and I mean, yes, absolutely, but also, I mean, just using the analytical methodology that Praveen uses to go, let's take a look at this. Let's see what's going on here. And whether he's right or wrong is, totally his speculation. But it's certainly a compelling argument, in my opinion. Clay, I'm dropping the next vid, which I think you guys will find fascinating along the lines again of what on the earth is that? What on earth is that? And we got plenty of that. We've been going for I guess what? We're creeping up on 4.
Yep.
And I got to say that overall, I've been very happy with this platform. We'll see how the files, I think 4 hours is the limit for an upload. I have run an 11-hour on here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm thinking, you guys know Hugh Newman over at Megalithomania?
Yes.
So this is one of his latest about a 5,000-year-old cyclopean megalithic platform at Urtanian fortress. This is in Van, Turkey. Yeah, let her
Check
rip.
this out. We're at Van Castle. But look at these, though. These are gigantic cyclopean megaliths making up this huge platform. So all in all, we've got something really special going on here. Check this out. We're at Van Castle in eastern Turkey, next to Lake Van. And this is a kind of Urartian castle, but they think this is Assyrian, although it could be much older. The reason they think it's Assyrian because of the inscriptions up here. But look at these, though. These are gigantic cyclopean megaliths making up this huge platform. I didn't expect to see that here, but we know there might be a few other sites here with this as well. But to find that here, as well as in places like Alejuhoyak and Hattusa, is really, really interesting. I didn't expect to see such large megaliths, some of them weighing up to 40 tons. This is one stone. Look at this. This is broken. It goes all the way up to there. Look at this. So this is gigantic. I mean, there's some big ones up here. So how old these are is anyone's guess, but they're definitely Assyrian. So that's about nearly 1000 BC, but they could be much older. Let's have a look around further. And then this one here is very badly weathered. This is the really weathered one I've been trying to show you. And this is equally big. This is like, what, 15, 20 feet wide. Why is that so weathered and the other ones aren't? It's very strange. Maybe that one was just exposed. That is very, very interesting. So all in all, we've got something really special going on here. It's really not talked about by anyone. It's really badly weathered. It's almost like this is just somehow, it just gives you a sense of age. It could be thousands of years old. It could be 10,000 years old. Who knows? And it just really has impressed me, this, because it's a platform. It's not just a wall. It's actually a platform that stretches probably over 120 feet long, 40, 50 feet wide. And there's a smaller platform on the other side. So yeah, this is the really weathered one here. Look at this. We've got some just lying around on the floor here, broken up, and we've got part of the wall here. Look at this. This is remarkable. Let's take a look up on top, because this is like a gigantic Baalbek style megalithic platform almost. That's what it looks like. And then you have rock cut features going all the way up here, like carved out of the solid rock. So all around the castle, we have this much earlier obvious construction here with these steps. Look at these giant steps. These guys. So this is interesting. So we have these giant megaliths on top, as well as the walls going down either side. So this is built up entirely from giant blocks of stone. Now, this isn't just rubble. This is like mega sized blocks. So this is seriously cyclopean. And you can see up there as well, we have rock cut steps like you find in Peru and other areas of the world. But these are just incredible. Just you can see the sort of scale of it just along here. And this is obviously the edge of the wall we're just standing on. It's about 20 feet high. It's probably about 40 feet across, probably about 100 feet, maybe 120 feet long. Let's see what else we can see. And this is like the whole edge of the wall here. So it's a platform on a platform. And you can see it going all the way down there as well, just beneath the reeds. Just behind me here, this is equally impressive. You see these giant kind of rocky outcrop completely carved out of the bedrock. So again, everything here just reminds me of like Peru, Italy or Greece, but we're actually in far eastern Turkey around the eastern edge of Lake Van. Let's have a quick look at this. We've seen the megaliths. Let's see this rocky outcrop here. So this seems like it's super ancient. It doesn't seem like this is just the kind of recent site. Just behind me here, you can see these. JJ just spotted these. These are some of the kind of cupules or cut marks found here. Now we know there's more of these obviously near Karahan Tepe, Göbekli Tepe, also in Britain, but also right here in Lake Van where this remarkable megalithic platform exists. But also we find them at Mount Ararat as well, which we're going to be going to tomorrow. So yeah, fascinating to see these here combined with the rock cut steps and the gigantic cyclopean blocks making up a mega Baalbek style platform. And obviously we have the main mega platform all over there. So now we're just walking on top of the mega platform, just with no one else in view, so you can get a sense of it. It is like something out of Baalbek. So we're going to go round further because you can actually see some stones down there making up the second platform. And down here you can see there's shaping on it as well. Look at that. I did not expect to see stones this big. Absolutely gigantic. There's the corner. You can really get a sense of scale here. Check this out. We're on the corner of like two platforms, the lower one and the massive higher one here. Isn't it incredible? Let's keep looking around because apparently there's more stones this way that are even bigger. So here we have the edge of the lower platform and you can see it's much more rough hewn. The stones aren't as neat and tidy, so perhaps the second lower platform is actually possibly later. It's not the same kind of quality as we find on the taller, larger one. But we still have some mega blocks here. Very large stones. So we've just been exploring this gigantic platform. Andrew Collins has just pointed out this is north, south, east, west. So we're like heading around to the northern side, I believe, yeah. And this is very intriguing to say the least, that we just have something anomalous, it appears, like this. However, we're going to keep looking around because Sabatine, our brilliant guide and host here, says there's more of these type of walls, some precision carved like black stone on the island of Lake Van. So let's keep exploring. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this video looking at this particular anomaly here at Van Castle, and join us here. We're going to be visiting this particular site September 2024 and you can join us. So check out the website link below and we'll see you next time, Megalithomaniacs.
Very cool.
So what'd you think of that?
That was amazing.
Yeah, I'm curious what something like that would be used for, like maybe a platform to pray to the gods, or who knows?
Well, whatever they made it for, it even in our time would be extremely difficult to build. Because as he was pointing out, that I mean that was 40, 50 ton or more blocks. I mean, that was some heavy shit. But the interesting thing, one of the many interesting things to me is apparently there's no record of it. Nobody knows. There's no history about what it is in the records, and Yu's definitely digging into that. But it's been there a long time. It's got a lot of serious overgrowth, and it's got a lot of deterioration.
Yeah, where?
And I mean, he at the first part of it, he was showing that one block that was really weathered, but the rest of them weren't. It's like, well, what happened there? Some of the stuff that I saw there looked to me like it was. Remember, he was showing the holes in that one stone. All of the rock around it looks like it had been, I don't know about it melted or just hit with a shitload of water and just kind of, it didn't look like, it looked like it would have been hit by something, I guess. But then there was that one rock with the holes that was very smooth and sitting in the middle of this outcrop that had a lot of what it looked like to me, a lot of destruction or a lot of impact of something.
I would wonder if, because they are kind of in the, I mean, they're in the desert, if they would use them holes, you know, if I was to make a bunch of them holes out onto the rock, and then when it rained, them holes would fill up with water, and then I could use that water.
Right.
Or
Yeah,
they were just drilling.
I've been out to Chaco Canyon and some of the ruins in New Mexico, and you look at that and you go, well, how in the hell did anybody do anything out here? Well, the climate was different back then when it was occupied, but the kivas and all of the systems that were put in place to sustain somebody doing something. It was very interesting to see the engineering and what went into that. But all of that was, you know, there was no cyclopean size rocks and boulders used in the ancient ruins that we found so far. It was, you know, either mud bricks, as in Mesa Verde, which is amazing, or it was rocks and shale that were, you know, chipped and hacked to get into the position to where they could build with them. There's no megalithic that I'm aware of in any of the Southwest. You have to go, I think, well, there's the Montana and Idaho, and I think Wyoming's got some very strange, odd structures that are, again, of that cyclopean block size style. But I don't know, gents. To me, that's just another example of what on earth is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I mean, it makes you wonder, you know, before the continental drift, you know, when they had the Pangea, the theory of that where everything pieced together and all these civilizations that look similar but a little bit different, you know, did they travel from Lemuria or Atlantis, whichever one you want to pick, and spread their culture out, then everything's separated, then they kind of develop their own culture on their own continent? Because it's weird how these cultures have these great big giant stones that they built mounds and temples, and you can't get pieces of paper between them, and they're all similar, and you have heads of statues that look similar all across the world. But
well, and there's cultures going back talking about, you know, stories of giants. Maybe they're the ones that are putting these big blocks, or put them big blocks into place, you know, before they became extinct.
Well, since you brought that up, I'm going to share one last video before we put this one in the can where it belonged a long time ago. Let's see here, because this is one of my pet peeves, because I'm like, you know, no, we don't have an iron core. Yes, it is an expanding Earth. Yes, there is hollow Earth. No, we are not orbiting. We are following in a tail, in a vortex behind the sun. We are not at the equatorial plane. None of the planets are. We trail. But did you get that one there, Clay?
Yep, I'm loading it up right now. Neil Adams.
Yes. So this, and Neil is known for, you know, pushing the status quo, but the folks that are holding over the that which is and how it is, they don't like this guy because it doesn't work with their model at all. In fact, it makes much more sense than theirs, and they're having a hard time fighting back. So let her rip, Clay.
We come to the earth, which, grew to get here the way it is now. Here is our world, our planet Earth, floating in space. We will be going backward in time, imperfectly, but done in a very disciplined manner. Please notice there is no subduction, no rotation of tectonic plates, no twisting, no form-fitting, no altering shapes or sizes. It would be impossible for these continental plates to fit together perfectly without this being true, and yet the upper tectonic plates fit together perfectly on a much smaller planet. Yes, there's been some erosion, landslides, blah, blah, but overall, this activity is insignificant. There is a kind of conspiracy of silence among certain scientists. They know, but are not telling you, that the upper tectonic plates of Earth also join in the Pacific. Not partially. They join totally. You are asked to believe that the continents swim or drift about willy-nilly, bumping and crashing as if they were on a greased skillet. This is not true. The simple truth is apparently too upsetting to too many apple carts. We're now going forward in time to show how the actual growth of the Earth took place. Imperfect as the details, but the overall is nailed. Antarctica, as you see, has become subtropical. Africa, on a smaller globe, moved way downward under the globe. In fact, for hundreds of millions of years, the bottom of Africa was the South Pole. South America's tail goes under and wraps around the bottom of Africa. Then, incredibly, it joins coast with Antarctica. 65 million years ago and more, these continents were joined, and marsupials like the duck-billed platypus roamed from Australia, Antarctica, and across southern South America and up into Africa. The platypus. Dinosaurs roamed all over this world on the upper tectonic plate because there were no oceans, just shallow seas. Here today, Antarctica is frozen over, and Australia and its surrounding islands are the remaining home of marsupials. Do you see how broadly the Pacific is opening compared to the Atlantic? This is exactly why the knee-jerk Pangea theory exists. The Pacific spread is too difficult to easily visualize because it's so big. The Atlantic spread is so obvious that a child would recognize it, but they are the same. Check this map out. The Navy and others took core samples to find the ages of the sea bottom. Lo and behold, no part of the undersea was found to be much older than 70 million years old. Does that shock you? It should. It shocked the scientists. Where do they get ancient fish fossils from? From the land, like in Mississippi and Utah and France and China. Most of the undersea wasn't there 70 or 80 million years ago. The measurements of the core samples give the age of the sea floor. Newest, 10 million or so, is red. As we go back in time, we go backward in our rainbow, orange, yellow, green, blue, okay? So we bury the new sea floor back to the fault lines as dictated by color or age. 10 million years back, these are the ages of the seafloor as measured by science, and they're generally true. Earth grew. 20 million. I'm not making this information up. This map comes from the scientific community. 30 million. You can find the same map in many places on the internet. It's common knowledge. 40. The ocean bottom is from 1 year to 180 million years old. 50. 70% of it is no older than 60 million years old. 60. The upper plate, the continents, are as old as 2 billion years old and more. 70, 10 to 20 times as old as the undersea plates. The undersea plate is new and spreading at the rifts. Why does the scientific community desperately cling to and promote the idea that the ocean bottom is sliding under the continents and into a magma which is twice as dense as solid granite? A totally unsupportable and scientifically unsound idea? They have to. Or else they'd have to observe and admit that the Earth is growing. And that, viewers, is a very big deal. That would change everything in science, from the smallest particle to the whole universe. 100 years of scientific theory out the window. That's a lot to give up. It's important to remember that science and the universe should and must be easier to understand as we go back in the universe's evolution. This is an undersea map. As a kind of test for ourselves, we deemed it important to show that not only the upper plate had to fit properly together, but the undersea had to spread in a logical, reasonable pattern that we could see and understand as rational humans. Do you see those lines in the undersea which, beyond information, show direction? The direction of movement apart and away from the rifts. In fact, it's like a movement diagram, isn't it? We're moving now. Let me point out that the newer undersea near the rifts is smoother and more regular than the older land further away from the rifts. Here in the Atlantic, the rift goes right up the middle. Half of the Earth's growth has happened since the extinction of dinosaurs. This means that the Earth is accelerating in its growth. In the last 65 million years, Earth nearly doubled in size. The last redoubling took 600 million years, at least. We're continuing all the indicated undersea directions like following a blueprint. The Earth guides us. And now the land masses will come together perfectly. As we now go forward in time from 185 million years ago, please notice there is no subduction, no raising and lowering of land masses. There can't be. It's hell in the form of magma down there. Local raising and lowering, yes, but not on a massive basis. It can't happen. There's no turning, rotating of land masses. The land masses sit in their individual plates and don't move. The rifts open, that's all. For examination, I'm going to run a few vignettes of each area of Earth that you have a right to be curious about. The North Pole. Man, I love this map so much. There was a piece in the recent National Geo. It shows that the trees in Asia and North America were exactly the same trees. Well, this is why. The land was together when the trees evolved. The South Pole. The oceans have absolutely nothing to do with tectonic spreading, except that they cool the thickening mantle. Tectonic spreading, even according to the most conservative scientists, has created 2/3 of the Earth's surface in the last 200 million years. And therefore, the same must be true on all planets, including Mars. Must. And we can see the younger spreads on Mars just as on Earth. But there is, just as clearly, no subduction on Mars. It can't be both ways. You either have spreading and subduction, or you have only spreading. and you must have spreading. Or you can continue to ignore the facts and say, as the ancients said, that the earth is unique and singular in the universe, and that we are the center, and the universe rotates around the earth.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed.
I find that highly compelling. What do you think, G?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of the continental drift, but I never heard that theory before, where we're expanding. That makes sense.
Yeah, the Earth. You're saying the Earth is twice the size as it was 200 million years ago. So it's growing.
And that, to me, is answered by, you know, the whole thing about one of the things that we're measuring through our telemetry is apparently what they're calling the slowdown of the spin of our core. And that's based on, for the most part, that the core is molten iron. I don't think it's molten iron. I think it's plasma. And I think that is the core essence of all of the planetary constructs that we see in the universe and in the reality. And plasma explains it's like the ether and electromagnetic. The way that our reality functions is all electromagnetic in frequencies. So a plasma model it keeps creating more of itself. And if our core is that, then that would give credence to the expansion. It's constantly growing. He puts together a pretty compelling data set when you look at it visually and you go, I think the brother might be onto something. What do you think?
So is our core expanding also? Is it getting larger on the inside, like blowing up a balloon?
That's what plasma does. It manifests, it keeps making more of itself. So the way that at least the planetary cosmology, or at least the construct of the planet system, the way that those frequencies interact, that plasma creates and generates all of the stuff that makes what the planet is. It makes our magnetic fields. It makes our connection and interaction with the rest of the planets in the solar system, which I just queued up. I'm going to have to drop this in on the way out, gents. You see it in there, Clay?
Yep, I got it all ready to go.
And this is to my point, and this is not only what on earth is that, but when you think about our earth and where we're at, or at least what we're told, because none of us know. All we got is, whatever we look around and can gather with the senses that we've got in the meat suit. Mm-hmm. And hopefully we've attenuated some of the other capabilities in our consciousness to be aware of the other frequencies, because that's what all the mystic arts is about, the mystery schools, in my opinion. It's about all of those things that make the reality so incredible. So where the hell, if you go, well, what on earth is that? Well, where the hell is Earth? If our Earth is not an iron core that is contraction and will succumb to the second law of thermodynamics, which makes no sense to me, and it's actually something different, like Neil's pointing out. Well, where the hell are we as it relates to the sun and all this planetary, astrological, astronomical data that we all are under the influence of? What is that? Is it what we're being told? I think DJ Sadju kind of answers that question. What'd you think of that?
That was awesome.
Well, we are moving through space. I would imagine it's going to look something like that. But then when he starts showing all these other vortexes, kind of really makes you think.
I think the helical model that's what Tesla was on to, and hell, even Maxwell, Heaviside, Faraday, Dirac, Whitehall, these guys, they got the spin thing.